been a very, very cruel tournament, but some teams have still thrived in that format. And I think the big one is definitely over on Team Spirit, where we saw yesterday, I believe it was an Orangle versus Shockwave, who had center, get locked out over in the field and still made a miraculous push down towards that south side versus Dagestan.
Yeah, there have been some really great stuff being posted up by Team Spirit. The early part of yesterday was their big hurrah. They then had 2 matches off. They were like, you know what, we kind of chilling right now. And then that last game they came back in fairly strong, which was great to see. I think they posted over, almost 80 points yesterday, which was absolutely insane. Maybe even more than that, actually. I'd have to double check, but they have been on an absolute tear. If they're able to perform like that again, we generally talk about the 10-point average, right, as being towards the top 2 of the tables at least. They need under 40 points to be able to get that done. That is less than 10 points per match. What have they got? 6 matches to play? 40 points? I don't know. Somewhere like 7 average, I think, would put them over the top.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're really looking for here. Again, difficult. And we're heading into our first game right away here over on Orangle. Let me pull up the old map feed, which producers dutifully given to me here.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice. But yeah, we're heading over on that western side, plane pass heading from the north of shooting range down towards Ferry Pier. Easy enough for a lot of teams to get out and get gone. Getso makes a little bit of a late transition in terms of heading towards Gatka, and I think they could have had a lot more points here at Orangle if they had been doing that from the start. Again, this is something that differentiates a lot of the strong teams at the top side from some of our teams that may be newer to playing versus some of these squads which is making those adjustments maybe day 2 or in the middle of day 1.
Plane path about halfway done. A western small lean to it all. We'll see just how hot these drops can get. Because today being the last day, and I kind of touched on it yesterday, I feel like a lot of teams can use this as great opportunity to showcase what they can do and go a little bit more crazy with it, right? Get involved in positions that maybe you wouldn't like to. Treat this like a scrim session because you've got a lot of opportunity here to play at a very high level against some really, really strong teams, and you don't really get that opportunity too far. So for teams like One for All, Brothers in Arms, Five Voice Gaming down towards the bottom of those tables, this is a chance to just give it a go. And see what sticks. And that can really change the dynamic of the lobby when you have 3, 4, 5 teams starting to get a little bit crazy. I mean, we saw what that sort of difference in a lobby can do to a team like Team Spirit if they're not expecting it.
Yeah, and I think that the issue here that we're seeing more than anything coming into today for some of those teams towards the top is that some teams have very little to lose now. So you're playing around some loose cannons in the match, which is always a massive difficulty, right? So you're going against teams that really don't have that many cards left to play. So, for instance, Team Spirit might be again facing themselves off versus Asia Mix in boot camp, because why not for Asia Mix to get that experience versus one of the best teams in the world? And I think that's a difficulty considering Team Spirit was able to pick up a lot of points from Sandhawk the past couple of days where they won out their battle versus Asia Mix, or Asia Mix didn't drop on top of them.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they're down to Uno, but everybody else is just going to try and slam those +4s down, I'm sure. See if they can garrot them on the way. Strangers in Yasnaya. I feel like we've been seeing the Strangers in late circles fairly frequently, and to be fair, they're up on sort of the high end of that central pack, right? 103, 5th place right now. A bit too far away to be in with a hope of qualifying, but still in a decent position, and in these late game circles, they seem to have a bit of a presence. I think Monkey has been particularly aggressive in his positioning and has been fairly successful. I'll be interested to see what more they've got in the tank for next season's Kedbo lighting up Gotsia as he wants more as well. And there's the backup. 3 players instantly rolling out. Gyro, that's 1 and 2. Okay, hang on a minute. This just got dangerous for Getso. Ked on the inside. That's 1 with a pump action turn. The corner drop shot is good. Hits the grass. Luchu was on the inside, but is there an off angle coming through for Blue Tiam? Could they ruin Getso's day?
This is incredibly aggressive early on from Getzo, but again, for Blue Team DX to get into this position, Getzo's under pressure now. They currently do have 4 players still in play, if not 2 down. A bit far, but still allows the res to go off. He's got another. Oh, not a re-knock either. Oh, actually it is onto Ked.
Ked repositions at the wrong time there. That is unfortunate. Now 2 players still on the inside. Full HP for Morris. The Bison, almost a perfect weapon for this scenario as well. Early stages, armor's low. They're going to be going for the spray down. A lot of ammo in the back pocket on that magazine as well. Morris, he's smoking up the door here. Not glad has got the nade. There's a DBS in the wings as well. Reload is in. They can't get these reses. They're under too much pressure. Steps out. Head goes down. Go away. Making his way in. There's 1, there's 2, and they are both out.
Bad timing on the jump out as well with the nade that comes through. Does a lot of damage to Morris, but more damage to the teammate. Goodness me, that is upsetting to say the least for Getzo. After they found that position in Gatkir, and again, this is what I'm talking about. It's loose cannons in the lobby now. Blue Team DX realized they've got really nothing left to give up, and Getzo is on 98 points. They could have had an incredible run today. Right, that is possible considering what we saw from Team Spirit yesterday on 60 points over 3 matches. But I just don't think other teams are going to let them get away with it. I think you need to be towards that podium spot to even have a real good go at it. We're talking Shockwave, S-Eagles, and Dagestan. Maybe Strangers can get a chance here considering they've had some strong moments before.
Yeah, from their Yasnaya position right now, though, they are in a bit of a sticky situation. They should have a couple of rotates available to them. Stalber is under pressure because Big Baby currently holds that position up on the top of Stalber, so it wouldn't be a simple rotate for Strangers as Blue Team get more pressure put on them. 17-15, they find the remnants of this fight. The scrap that's been going on. A nade in for Tornado. I think this should just be... No, he's going to hop out, hop away from it. Wants to peek the corner. It's not going to go well. 2 players facing you down. But yeah, Strangers, they're going to have to either rotate north of the lake by Yasnaya or send down through that Potato Hill area. And neither is really a good option right now. Maybe the north rotate is safer until Big Baby make their move, which they probably got another 20 seconds before that happens.
20 seconds isn't always the longest amount of time. And I think for Big Baby, they do have a decent rotational path over towards that north side, heading through over to shooting range into this circle itself. West side of the map is definitely a very different beast entirely for teams to be playing in.
I'm just looking, I was going to say Monkey. I was surprised I didn't see his name in the elimination feed. He was going super bold, and actually Shockwave held out towards the gas station on the north side of the river. They waited for that cross from Strangers, and they picked up a point for it. That slows Strangers down. I don't think that was the right rotation to make. I feel like that north side would have been slightly safer for them. In the meantime, Far Voice Gaming battling to stay off the bottom of these tables with One for All, and Smarty is down. Oh, the flag sent back their way. King rolls in with a buggy, diverted instantly.
Far Voice Gaming down to just 1 player now. And honestly, for One for All, in a very similar situation, they do get their second player up. It feels like Far Voice Gaming are just going to give up the goose on this one, just leave off the back of it. Awkward position to be playing in 1v2 anyway.
Yeah, this position on the east of Quarry, towards that north side of it as well. Just going to be too difficult to hold. I feel like you could have held face a little bit there for Iron House, given it a go, right? You're dead last. You might as well try and pick up these extra 2 points. All 4 of his teammates, well, all 3 of his teammates, I guess, technically, were alive and could have been rezzed if he'd won out that 1v2. But they just want to play sensible. It's no fun.
No fun. And I mean, again, from the start of the game where we saw just an incredible amount of engagements and fighting going on, like, to give up the goose on that one, it feels unfortunate. But yeah, we are losing teams left, right, and center. You know, Getzo's already out. You got Blue Team DX losing all their players, Far Voice Gaming down to 1 and 1 for all on 2. This is typical last day of play behavior. Heading over towards that western side now, Star's got that central position that sits over towards the high ground on the coastal arena, as many of the teams are working their way through. Again, that southern rotation is slightly more difficult considering a lot of that area is cut off by quarry. Not an easy position to rotate through, and S-Eagles have very much bided their time, waiting this one out.
Their play is very slow from Primorsk now, and I feel like now is the time where you need to get fast, need to speed it up a little bit. They are resolutely sticking it in Primorsk. For the time being. They're going to lose a lot of time, a lot of real estate in the middle. A lot of other teams are going to push their way in instead. Strangers, they are in a parallel rotation with 8-8 Academy right now. This is out to the west, well, actually nearer to Ruins now, as they managed to get a little bit further on. Shockwave just on the north side of it as well. If Shockwave can pick up a couple more points, they can start their run towards Dagestan's marker. Dagestan on the north side of this central group on the next circle, in a decent spot here. They are looking to try and take control. There's a mound just a little bit further south of them, maybe looking to put pressure onto Star there.
Yeah, again for Star, they are in that spot that's very highly coveted, right? You know, and they're going to have to hold that like a dragon and blast back any players that try and get close to them, beat those wings a little bit, because it is very much a position that people would like to play. Dagestan taking the slightly less wanted position over towards that northern side, but certainly does give them a modicum of control over towards the circle, which is nice to see. Meantime, this is Strangers versus Shockwave, who have come in on that western side. A lot of confidence given to Shockwave over the past couple of days, and they're definitely swinging some of that confidence around in these games.
Plenty of it.
That's for sure.
You got to stay far away to avoid that swinging confidence, you know. It's a real wrecking ball. Or maybe a pair of wrecking balls.
Oh my god. Potentially.
Could be. You never know.
There's 4 of them.
Miley Cyrus could never.
Yeah, so Strangers here suffering, and it's not a good game to start out for Strangers if they wanted to go for that mega chase. Again, we are sort of counting Strangers out at this point in time. There was that world where it might have happened. I mean, it would require Shockwave, S-Eagles and Dagestan all to do badly today, but I think all of 3 of those teams will be playing fairly safe. Fortunately, there's nades coming through, and this is from 2 players from 1for all. That's another nice nade, should take down OMG. Now we're in a 2v2, and 1for all is not letting up here.
It is a 2v2, but one of these reses is coming through. Until that happens, it is a 1v2 almost, but they have managed to get it in. Now 3 versus 2. They're launching on it. They do not want to waste time here. Rolex can't get the nade out the window. That could have been huge onto them. A little shoulder catch there. King has third parties to worry about. Where's that coming from? Across the way. OMG is bleeding out all the while. Rolex beats out. Wants the spot. Will find Black. Spray on the corner. Not connecting for King. And it is going to be the Eagles to stay alive on the south side. Their rollout from Primorsk slowed down, but they're not out of it just yet.
I mean, for S-Eagles, there's been a lot of fights where we see them get into these types of engagements and lose 1 or 2 players, even 3 of their players on a knock, and they still drag themselves back into it. So, very messy team when it comes to engagements, but tend to come out on top a lot. Here's 8 Academy versus Big Baby. Big Baby's had a long rotate in. Remember, they took that northern rotate, and 8 Academy seems like they've been waiting for them this entire time. Overlaid. Nice angle from him, though.
Not anymore.
Never mind.
He's just eating an A from Ragnar. He was so preoccupied. Oh, the tire on this buggy. It's pristine. I love it so much. And then he just turned his back to where the enemies were coming from. And in general, that's a bad plan in PUBG Mobile. You do not want to show your back to the enemy.
Just like tires, you have to tread carefully.
Oh,
haha. Sorry, Academy, that was actually a good pickup. I like the way they played that one out, holding on that northeast side to make sure teams couldn't roll in, because I think they realised they were one of the first teams to that position, and surely there was going to be squads coming through from either Saverni or Northside Yaz. Take up that spot, but Ban in the meantime just completely checks out the game over towards the north side of the map here. Dagestan still holding that cross, and now that they get the central position, this becomes one of the strongest positions in the circle on that ridge. They have a lot to do though. You know, you have to cover your south side and your north side quite effectively. You do have some cover from the west, but you are playing on that coastal edge. It's still something you need to watch. Shockwave though.
What a nade. What a nade from Woodson. Finds two, a flush as well. Rolling up for silence. Ragnar's on it. Where is he? Nobody knows. He's hopping in and out of the buggy like nobody's business. He's out, he's in, he's got a pump action. Through the door frame, nearly finds another, but silence puts him to bed. It's sleepy time for the majority of Shockwave here, and that's disastrous on the eastern side. Their chase may be done and dusted. The Eagles with a chance, but they're rolling up into the firefight with, was that Star? I think Team Spirit have an off angle onto this. Shoom pushed up the stairs, and there's backup coming through out the back door. Team Spirit, they're pushing it on the south side. Look at that third-party position from Team Spirit.
Yeah, there's no reason not to hit. This is a very aggressive push from Team Spirit to get in this early. Again, this fight hasn't really started in earnest, and Star can still take shots from the outside. In fact, Star's fully disengaging. This might have been slightly too early from Team Spirit, but they were on the edge of the circle, so getting up here now is not a bad idea. S-Eagles forced into one building right now. And Star was a little bit lackadaisical over towards this south side, giving teams room to get in and had to quickly reassess.
Circle pops down south, keeps a lot of that swamp ridge line. You can see just to the east of Kanina Power, at the moment, Brothers in Arms are taking control of it. That is a really powerful position on the east side of the circle, but leaving it can be a really, really tough task to get over that lip, especially with where Kanina Power currently play. Asia Mix may cause trouble there. From the south side, 17-15, kind of holding off all these teams in the south. I think this next move from the south is going to be really, really troublesome. At the moment, Star Esports have the only viable position on the south side.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, it might even be a case of possibly disengaging here. Now, I do worry for them because I think Team Spirit's that type of squad that if they get one knock, they're going to try and see this through to the end. We saw that go not their way yesterday as soon as they held on for so long down towards the south side of Everest, and S-Eagles themselves were actually able to get in. That was almost a great nade. I think he was just behind the crate.
Yeah, he was inside a door frame there, but it's not going to matter. The rest of them just rolling on through. This is good stuff from Team Spirit. Their utility usage, I mean, it is just at that next level. It is indomitable. When you give them that sort of utility, you can see 5 nades in the back pocket for effect still as well. It's just going to go so well for them. They can clear those angles so effectively. They are so coordinated with it, and that is what is setting them apart right now.
Yeah, Star let this happen as well. They didn't really want to get too involved, so they allow the boys from Team Spirit just to roll on through. Here's Asia Mix versus Kanina Power. It's all popping off. I mean, stage 4, 9 teams, 33 players. Very, very quick game here. Again, not a huge amount of positions available, so you can sort of understand it. Nade goes through, Kaya goes down. This is from Brothers in Arms on the sidelines, just tossing those nades over the top, mortaring this position.
That is that swamp ridge line that I was talking about. Was so powerful, but leaving it is difficult. If they could secure Kanina Power's position, the whole east side is theirs for the taking. Carry Boy and Silence, if they could put more nades in, it would be huge. They've got all 4 players alive in Brothers in Arms, but they're a little bit split. Woodson further south than the rest of them. Kanina Power then looking to get Kaya back up and into 3, but Lost has other ideas. That nade looks good, gets the re-knock, but a reposition timely comes through from Badussi.
Gives them time to pick up Keme here, though, and with the threat that another nade might come through, Zero's really lining up this nade. Might be able to bounce it off the vehicle and get the knock, potentially. Yes, he does, onto Keme. Luckily, he just rezzed him. He just rezzed him there, so it's just the re-knock and not the full flush.
There's another pin being pulled right now. Lost diverting his attention. Retro all the way out in the back for Asia Mix. That's what pushed the nade from being so successful, or more successful than it was. A nade gets that flush, and again, actually loops 2 windows, nearly gets a third. That would have been huge to be able to find that arc. A triple point parabolic, describing that would be pretty difficult with a pen and paper, let alone with a nade. But he does go down, and the off angle too. Retro's out.
Yeah, Retro gets taken down on that off angle inside the blue. This fight with Team Spirit and Star, Star just completely gave so much space in favor of moving up towards that spread of compounds that sits littered over towards that north side. Now, this is a huge game for Dagestan. If we remember, all those teams underneath Dagestan have been knocked out already in this game. So for Dagestan, Getting a strong chicken dinner off the back of this circle is imperative for them. Again, yesterday, Team Spirit were able to break their way into that front line at the start of the day, which really helped them, gave them that buffer, and they could bring things back slightly at the end of the day as well. For Dagestan, now they can't let this opportunity slip.
They cannot be less than fastidious in this situation. Default holding back, and this could cause a lot of problems for Effect, who is that Western player on the point for Team Spirit. They're currently looking for split, and they don't really have a good option as it stands in terms of rotations up to the north. If they can find a backstop for Star Esports, that's so much better for them. If Nomi can spot one of these players, get a knock, they will just full send it onto the buildings on the south side of this circle. Brothers in Arms have pressure. 17-15, they're still playing up from that swamp. Brothers in Arms left that ridgeline a long time ago, but there's Kanina Power chiming in. Phantom found on the off angle. Nade in from Woodson. Bounces, but doesn't connect.
Yeah, I mean, Brothers in Arms' position is highly nadeable, right? And 17-15 understands that, goodness me, we've got to get out of the swamp, we've got to stop cosplaying Shrek and get rid of Brothers in Arms. And they just cannot thread these needles in through the window. In the meantime, Canadian Power does have that off angle on towards them, so 17-15 in a bit of a troublesome scenario. If they get a knock over towards Canadian Power, we'll give them time to reset, but they're not giving them that opportunity. There's one nade that goes through. They're going to try and get the follow-up, but the smokes are making this so difficult. Needs to pick up Phantom right now.
Tornado down, though. That nade in through the window. Through past like a boulder. And that is a nice boulder. But at the moment, 17-15. Looking like a bit of a lame donkey on this approach because Team Spirit have just joined the party. Effect. He's peeking aggressively into this Brothers in Arms position. Another nade sees right to the back, and they are getting cut out time and time again. There is no slice of this pie left for the Brothers in Arms as well. Under too much pressure. Kanina Power on the north side have the run out too. Effect does get knocked in the meantime for Team Spirit, but they've got the ridge. They've got the cover to get this res.
2 players down here for Brothers in Arms. 17-15 gets wiped out. 6 eliminations now for Team Spirit. Might just be securing their position in PMSL right at the start of the day here. Another nade goes through, a little bit short, doesn't quite hit through that little ridge line, and Silence is playing so incredibly close to the roadside.
One more nade for Kasune. Is potential for him to get it in through the door. They're in this next circle as well. They can chill out for just a second. Just a touch more chill. Silence does not have the angle to peek. As soon as he does, that avenue through the smoke that Team Spirit have sightlines on will just be lit up instantly. Kitsune gets away from it. So no danger really from Silence as they rotate back to the west side, but Default lands one right on Nomi. Has another being launched in by Poker across the way. Matic goes along with it towards Kitsune. That's dangerous, but Default goes down. Can they get this res on Nomi? Because the rest of Star Esports, they are putting pressure on.
I mean, for Star Esports, they're going to be unwilling to lose that compound route and push too far out, so they should be able to get Nomi up. And it was a good thing that he did play backstop, made sure they didn't get taken out by Default. And honestly, Default should just bleed out. They don't have to peek this too much. Kitsune does desperately want to confirm the elim, though.
You see how ready he's. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. Oh, no, I can't get it. I can't get it. He's just dipping in. There he goes, finally. Able to scoop up the dip on the cheese straw of the points tally. I like it. Okay.
Brothers in Arms, they're able to get all 4 players back up again, so they're in a position where they can fight this. They understand they need to move away from the shack, though, because I think Smokes and Util is limited for this squad.
That's
that could be a good nade over towards Silence. A lot of damage done. Has to back him off from it, but also the shots coming through from the rest of Brothers in Arms, that provides decent positioning for Effect to start taking shots over there.
7 eliminations for Team Spirit already on the south side. Dagestan yet to enter on those points, though. Kanina Power are out. Dagestan take a knock. Zadira goes down as Nomi finds the point, but they're in the buildings. They've got a lot of cover. Team Spirit now keeping this pressure up onto Silence. The smoke's re-established. This is what they're looking for. Getting cover from that north side. Kanina Power have left it, which means it's not as necessary to have these smokes, but they may be unaware of that. Rolling in. Woodson wants to get closer to the roadside, getting some information as well, gathering that, but Carry Boy spotted. Matic threads the needle through that smoke train. Another nade goes long towards the back. In effect, is harassing them. Something awful. Shoom, in the meantime, is going to be taking shots out to their west side, but Matic is down. That should be positionable. You can see immediately that smoke comes through from Kitsune. He's in for the res.
Yeah, the fight is being consistently reset here for both squads.
Effect just able to hold so much down. Woodson's next up for the Groza. M4 swapped out, and there's the spray down confirming these points. Matic's still resable, and it's just the one player left at the backline, Carryboy.
I mean, for Nomi, he's actually done a lot of work on this fight because he's made it very free for the rest of Team Spirit to get a lot of things done here versus Brothers in Arms, because otherwise Star would be taking shots, Dagestan might be taking shots, but every time they peak, he's been shooting them off the angle. So this is effectively a 3v4 for Team Spirit, and they're handling it very well. Silence crawling back towards the shack, but again, now we're getting slightly limited on nades here for Team Spirit. They've used a lot of them to clear out both 17, 15 and Brothers in Arms.
Yeah, effect down to just the Molotov. They need to get through and try and resupply on someone. Dagestan finally spotting a player. I think that might have just been their first elimination point of the match. That is good news for them. Effect slowly creeping more information, more control in. As Carryboy steps out, gets the flush, and 8 eliminations for Brothers in Arms.
Yeah, they've not done too badly on this map, honestly. His 5 nades from Nomi, he's been very much outside this fight for a while. Tries to get it through the window, not quite able to get it done. Silence takes a nasty shot there from Matic. They are very much pinned in. But the circle moves away, and Team Spirit needs to start thinking about their next move, their next step in this game. But having this backstab constantly in play here from Brothers in Arms is not what you want. They can comfortably play out this until Brothers in Arms is pushed out from the blue. A lot of other teams, they understand they'll probably be focused far west side on the compounds that are available. That sits on the windowsill. That's unfortunate.
The way Team Spirit need to play this out is get rid of this thorn in their back. Get rid of the threat from Brothers in Arms, and then swing down to the south side of the buildings that Star Esports currently hold. They're a duo. It's the easiest place to crash. They're going to have a better bit of luck there, I imagine, than they would in almost anywhere else. Maybe try and flow up this east side, but I just don't see it being as effective as it potentially could be. We'll see how they're able to handle that. I'm looking for that rotate down to that south side, linearize their fight towards Star Esports.
Yeah, there's some great mollies coming through from Team Spirit as well, because they are just isolating the position from Brothers in Arms. They can't really move out from either side. They have to swing peek on both edges, but yeah, it's fairly done. And I think, again, this is what we were talking about. This is going to be over at some point. It did just require Team Spirit to be holding on this western side, that's eastern side, sorry, for maybe longer than they'd hoped.
Dagestan crashing from the north side of the compound. They go straight on in. They want to get rid of Star Esports and then hold out Team Spirit. Team Spirit are joining the fight. If there's a knock that's sent over to Dagestan, it could be devilish. Zadira goes down, and there's a bird on top of him as well. Shum is out. There's one player on the inside, and now Team Spirit have the fight. There is still Baban as well on that northern side, and off angle, a lovely nade comes through from Team Spirit. Rolling down towards Magnum. Kitsune has the challenge, but isn't going to win it out this time. Effect in. Wants the trade. Hops in through the window. Here's the healing, and it is going to be a good spray around the corner. The door frame not going to keep him safe this time around, and Dagestan throw it all away on a push down south. They try to get rid of the team there, and they bite off more than they can chew. Team Spirit joined the fight, and they close it down as well. Big Baby swept aside in the midst of it all. Team Spirit with a miraculous roll down.
Really comfortable push there, and again, the timing is so exquisite there for Team Spirit, and the timing is not set up by Team Spirit. We have to say that, right? Because they just conclude their fight with Brothers in Arms. And I think that perhaps this could be changed a little bit if Dagestan decided to go for that quick push maybe earlier, whilst the blue was still pushing in. Because if they understood there was still fighting happening over towards our eastern side, maybe Dagestan goes for that push earlier. They take Star out, and then they have a 4-man inside the building. But Team Spirit swinging as they make that push. So yeah, the call comes a little late from Dagestan, but I like the play. I understood it. Unfortunately, they don't get the chicken dinner off the back of that one. I think it was about 10 points they were able to gather.
Yeah, on those eliminations, so hopefully they'll be able to keep up the pace, but we'll have to go to our next match and see what they've got left in the tank. Team Spirit, bombastic as always, a 26-point match for them. We'll see you in a few.
that idea that they need to get a chunky game in here on Miramar or any of the ones upcoming, which is possible, like I said before, for S Eagles to hit. They have hit those kind of heights in the past. Shockwave on the outside track, yes, also doable. For Dagestan, their life becomes infinitely easier now after that last game of just playing a safe match, getting 6 to 8 points, which is very doable for them. I think they're a strong team when it comes to holding off multiple angles. So a central position either towards the middle of the circle or even just something a little bit further out towards the edgeway, they can do that.
Are other teams going to try and play spoiler to it, though? I mean, the Eagles, they're dropping right towards Dagestan in Southside Los Leones. Potential for Dagestan to maybe just get out of there, to bug out fast. Kanina Power close by, Big Baby as well, all surrounding Dagestan in a northern circle, puts them on the road fast. You need to be getting up there pretty quickly here. On Miramar, it takes a while to get these rotates gone, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Dagestan grab a little bit of loot, find some vehicles, and get on out fast just to try and get that more consistent play. But their paths are kind of blocked. You can see the Western rotate may be the more open one, but they'd have to go really wide past Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, this is the drop that we've seen multiple times in the past for Dagestan and S Eagles, was Kanina Power and Big Baby down on that side, and they have had a pretty comfortable approach to leaving this position. They loot up a little bit. I think S Eagles sometimes poke their heads in. They might poke their heads in a little bit more, though, with the way that we are seeing the points stand up. The Mutant here versus Far Voice does a lot of damage and is able to get it done, actually. Not the easiest of weapons to be dropping down with.
Gets the job done, though. Tokyo now with fight onto Luna. Neither of them actually want to step out. I'm surprised Luna isn't going for it. I don't think he has a weapon. A lovely long-range shot from Tokyo to find it as well. Yeah, Luna's just... I don't think he wants any of that smoke. Well, just try and waft it away. Try and hide behind that rock. Lovely shot over the top there. The sawn off, though. It's not really much you can do about it. I think Luna's not long for this. AA Academy, they've got this one sewn out.
Yeah, they know exactly where it is. So, clean 4 points there, accrued for AA Academy versus Far Voice. Really do not get much done at all. That's up to their breaking 100 points. But this is the important engagement. So, S Eagles are looking to get stuck in with Dagestan.
Straight away. They can do it. It's now Magnum. Takes a nade, he runs down the side, crawls on in, and Sadira immediately followed up on by Rolex. Okay, he's changing the tune. This is one of the games where the Eagles are switched on, right? They are ready for this fight. Unfortunately, not switched on enough to get away from Shifu, one of their MVPs on the roster. But Rolex has cover. They're all on the inside and should look for these reses. This is pretty bad news for Dagestan, right? If they can get the res onto the Eagles, this chase is on.
Yeah, for Dagestan, impossible to get those two players back up, and they just have to start playing as two. Really unfortunate that it is just versus S Eagle as well. They are coming actually in here. I think they're trying to confirm something. And S Eagles are looking to leave. Zadira's in the car. This might be a getaway of a century. I mean, to be honest with you... Oh, yeah, it's not happening. Shifu cannot cover it. I mean, it was a smart move. I did like the way they tried to play it out there, but now it's just Shifu on his lonesome. They could play on with 3, then, yeah, the game maybe is doable. Either way, they either went down to 2 and had a bad game off the back of that, or they tried to confirm the res. The difficulty is that you're just giving more points across over towards S Eagles there, so they'll be up to 3 elims at the start of the game. So S Eagles now need to have a good match off the back of this as well, because they know that Dagestan is completely down and out in terms of getting points this match. So it's a real opportunity for them.
And they started this match 19 points behind, right? They've now shrunk that to 16. And remember, they've still got matches to play. So profiting, as even if they don't overtake Dagestan, this is a threat. This is a major threat now for them. We were talking just before, right, about how Dagestan should need to be putting up over 6 points a match, and they should be fairly safe. They have now been denied that opportunity. Shifu alone, I mean, he's a good player, right? He's a pretty good player, and some would say the best player on this roster, and I think I would probably agree with most of those people. Still as a solo in Miramar, I don't think he's got 6 points in the bag here.
Yeah, there have been moments in the past where Shifu has played fantastically as a solo, and again, that is one of his big skill sets is that as a solo player, he's able to play out these games for quite some time. But with such a northern shift, I mean, first of all, he has to get into the circle and go even further through pretty treacherous ground because most teams will be on the south side. He knows that if he can get to the north side of the map, he's likely going to be able to find a position to play in towards that end game. But that's about it here. Here's Team Spirit up against players from Strangers trying to get in towards their compound, not able to hit the shots in the vehicle.
That's just Kitsune as well.
Yeah, they've done enough. They've all got a central position though, which is quite funny.
Ooh, look at that. Team Spirit. There's more of them. And this building being occupied does make the position dangerous. Kitsune giving them something to worry about. In fact, nearly goes down, but that is what you need. Matic hops out, gives them a little bit more security, turns his tail as well, and now they can get further on in, closer to Cruz del Valle, further up to the north, but Blue Team are already there. Potential danger in the road, in the path for Team Spirit as well. Cruz del Valle, their seeming goal right now, maybe the hills around it.
I think Shifu is going to be eliminated pretty soon. He's rocked up into Truck Stop, where currently One For All is playing. They must have heard the vehicle, and they're all just coalescing around him. I think maybe his hope was to drop over towards Truck Stop, which is on this southeast side.
No.
Gets down. Denies the point.
No point for you. Come on, it's One For All, man. You can give them a point. Give them a point. Why not? I'll give them a point. They're now on 49. They're officially now on 49 points.
I'm not sure you have that power.
No, I can definitely do that.
All right. We'll see how it shakes up the tables.
I'll talk to some people. I'll send some messages.
Team Spirit up towards Cruz del Valle, and S-Eagles have to rotate in. Now, the big thing for Dagestan is they have to hope that S-Eagles gets obliterated on their approach, and they have been spending a huge amount of time down towards the south side, looting Los Leones as much as possible. So they should have a lot of smokes, a lot of util to push on through the circle here. But again, with that plane path, you are seeing a lot of teams sat on this south side. So a lot of the rotational paths in are going to be a bit awkward.
88 Academy. Moving near San Martin. Hacienda as well, just over to the east. No real threat from them just yet. Asia Mix and Star Esports, they're all the way out in the west, still quite close to Apozzo. You can see they're starting to leave now. A big north rotate for Asia Mix. I kind of like this, right? I mean, especially with the circle, it's going to pop. If it goes up to the north, they have an excellent opportunity to move into those hills to the north of water treatment, right? There is currently no one playing there. The next circle comes through. If it shrinks there, Asia Mix have had a blinder, but unfortunately, it goes southwest, back towards Hacienda and towards Shockwave.
Yeah, helpful for S-Eagles too, because this doesn't drop too far away from their rotational path. It's headed further north. Maybe it was a difficult position to play into. Big Baby might try and head towards some of the high grounds that are sat around Graveyard. One For All takes some knocks from 17-15. King is in there. But there is rotates coming around the side from 17-15. Potentially stop this one.
More pressure. Gentle. Up and into the fight. Getting that information. You can see him just cresting the ridge, and Tornado sweeps down the hillside, and Quack does not know what's hit him. No way to weather that storm. Smarty sprays out, but One For All, okay. They are giving a fight and giving an answer. Phantom does go down as well. 2 players on the headland with a reload. Might be able to find something around, but needed to find that knock then and there, but didn't quite get it. Gentle downhill, ready to seal the deal. 17-15. Nice way to handle that fight. Nice and fast.
Yeah, it felt so on target as well, that spray down, but yeah, it wasn't to be. I think some of the recoil just went a little bit off kilter, so not able to get that incredible spray down on the top of the hill, which might have changed things for One For All. Sadly, 17-15, get out of there unharmed. So we head over towards Hacienda del Patron. A lot of unplayable space towards the center here in the fields. Somewhere we might be heading later on, where teams might decide that it's better to play towards one of those barn sides later. Give themselves a worse position now for a better position in the late game.
88 Academy trying to carry Star Esports on their rotate in, but you're not gonna catch that, unfortunately. Pichi just giving them 4. And they are still a little bit split for Star Esports, so potentially exploitable here. But Shockwave, they're entrenched in Hacienda, and why not? Star Esports have a little bit of a better position. Nice shots coming through from Peachy, and actually there was team fire coming in. trying to isolate Semetana out on their western edge, and they've got broadside on this vehicle. A lot of ammo being expended here to try and get rid of this backstop position for Star Esports.
Canadian Power trying to head dead central here. I said this is what I was talking about earlier, trying to pick up one of those positions that is a little bit more difficult to hold, but, you know, might give them a strong position in the late game. See how well they can hold that one with 17-15 on their heels. Phantom takes heavy shots from strangers who've been holding in this compound for quite some time now, and S-Eagles just approach towards that south side.
Hops out, has to get to the rock cover there, cannot go any further in that buggy, it's smoking, and not in a good way. Over on the north side, a pickup for Getzo. I'm interested what Shockwave can do here, right? They're holding that mansion, that Hacienda del Patron, in the middle of this map. Canina Power, you're right, they did put their foot to the floor and go dead center, but it feels kind of like they are going to put the dead in dead center in that position. Could be difficult to hold out.
Yeah, it will be, and I think that their main hope is that a lot of teams around them are going to be taking shots at one another so they can play this out for a little bit longer. And as we do head further and further central, it's going to be a massive amount of teams that are stuck out on this west and east side will be all brawling. S-Eagles just slip in on that eastern side, heading over towards where currently we are seeing we're seeing 17-15 playing.
Over, looks good. Good here as well. Sprays down onto Lost. Gets the flush instantly. The reload's there. There's not really an answer from Asia Mix. An off angle found as well. Look at this. Go Away has such a great position as Godzilla rolls over the top and Retro doesn't know which way to look. Asia Mix torn apart there. Really, really great stuff coming through from Blue Tiam. A little barrel roll and trying to style it out. It's not going to work, unfortunately. Team Spirit, they're ready and waiting.
Yeah, rocking directly into Team Spirit. It's very unfortunate that Getzo on that north side, alongside with Blue Team DX, but a great spray down from Blue Team DX. Take down a lot of the players there as they rotated through.
It felt like he was, you know, those goats that faint when you like scare them. Yeah, that vehicle rotate looked like that when they saw Team Spirit. They were like, ah, and just immediately seized up. Nothing they could do. Just completely got down.
Oh, pretty much. I mean, they were spooked by the angle. I mean, Team Spirit is playing a heavy split right now, 2-2, west and east. Blue Team DX, though, could maybe be a bit of a problem for them, as they do keep taking shots, exposing their position. They should hear the vehicles now behind.
Blue Team pushing in. Got to say on towards Nomi. There's a nade, but he's opting to go for the barrel-to-barrel fight. Now he's got the pin pulled. One coming in over the top, no gyro, repositions. Looking for these vehicle positions. Oh, spotted ahead there. Now knows he's in big danger. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a reposition, but no, he's got backup now. Look at how Team Spirit have marshaled their forces around this. Matic has a back angle. He's on the northeast side of this fight. Wait for that one to pop off. Kitsune finds opening. Effect finds one too. And this is perfectly handled by Team Spirit. No way through. The way is shut.
Yeah, they're going to try and take some of these reses as well, but Matic's in such a good position to stop that from happening. This is a good thing for Matic. He can play these wide off angles and sort of trust his team to play as a 3 a lot of times. Just play a little bit more cautiously and just win out on the gun battles. So he can play these positions on the edges. It's very, very nicely done. Oh, Effect popping out side to side does finally get taken down. By Go Away and Godzilla. Very low, though, both these players.
They have to hop in, go for the heal before they can go for the flush. Morris trying to find a route out in the blue. I said this was perfectly handled. The opener was great, but now Effect is down and they are playing as a full 3. Matic needs to fold back in or at least find something from this off angle because they've really put a lot of eggs in that basket. Effect got, I think, a little bit too big for his boots. In that scenario, Godsay are trying to rotate in to get these reses, 2 players down on this angle, and they need to have it now. Matic in with the fight, has got the backup, the 2-2, up and down the hill. Godsay cannot withstand it, and they roll on over. Long range spray from Go Away, but it's not going to connect.
No, just yet. I mean, they have an idea of where they're playing. S-Eagles taking on Big Baby in the meantime on that south side. And there is a re-knock from Arabao, but it is quickly going in the favour of S-Eagles.
He's chasing it down, Team Spirit. Angry that Effect's gone out. 2 players down from Eagles in this fight. And remember, this is the team chasing Dagestan. They're able to get a couple of points. They've got A few eliminations so far, but with 2 of their players alive, this smoke train needs to fold back, but unfortunately Big Baby have control of the cross, and 17-15 do as well. Eslam starting that. OMG as well next. He's nading his team out. Okay, they've confirmed themselves to only have 1. Baban hops out. They're going to try and confirm onto Eslam. Will be able to do so. A lot of damage to Devil in the back lines as well. And the Eagles, it feels like a bit of a misstep there to try and nade your own team, but denies the point, I suppose.
Yeah, they were getting across as well, and honestly, it didn't feel like Big Baby was having too much of an approach there, sending nades over towards S-Eagles. So now down to confirm 2 players, and the 2 initiators going down the beginning is really not good for them. And if they go down now, it's just a 4-point game, right? Considering that we are currently 12 teams heavy. Some of these nades aren't great, though. Not quite hitting the mark through the window.
Goodness me. Those are some moist grenades, but finally they connect onto one either way. And they're just going to take a back foot. No one's really pushing on these nades. They're willing to just survive this one out. Last a little bit longer. Shockwave in a really good position here. 4 players alive in Hacienda del Patron. An aid over towards Rolex. Looks pretty good, but the reposition was there. The Cook not quite long enough. Had to reposition away from that spray. Can he launch another one in? This looks like it could be good. Dangerous. Right on in, but the Cook, is it on target? Finds Devil. That one falls short. Dropping another smoke. It feels like this is just getting wasted. Chucked in and no value.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of nades that have hit the base of that windowsill are not actually fully gone in the building. I think if they had hit a double nade there, it would have been at least 1 flush. And now Big Baby looks to move in, and I have a troubling suspicion this is going to go the way of S-Eagles.
Oh, they're only putting... Oh, Molotov towards the back. That's actually really huge. Devil has to run through it. So does Rolex. That Molotov was absolutely pivotal. Arabao gets lined up, but there is the trade-off, and Eagles are down. There is that 4-point game you were talking about. No chance that they can pick up any more now. Shockwave have the chase. 88 Academy fight with Star Esports. This is all the way out the west. Team Spirit, they're on 3 players, but they're waiting in the wings for this. Nomi on the high ground may be a factor in this fight.
Just taking more shots over towards them. I mean, for S-Eagles there, again, they spent so much time looting and lost Leonis, and realistically they needed to get moving quite quickly, which leads them to having this awkward spot on the southeast side. And again, where the circle headed to, there wasn't a huge amount of playable space already in a circle like that. Shockwave currently holds Hacienda, which is an insane position to be playing in. So many sightlines, and it feels like it might be a Shockwave game again.
It is one of those, isn't it? It feels like it's going that way. Although it is difficult sometimes if you have teams starting to move in on multiple fronts to hold Hacienda. Team Spirit, they're taking shots away though. And Shockwave know about it. They know that they need to keep people at arm's length. Northeast side, Getso and Strangers is heating up there. Getso, they're taking the fight, but not so successful there. They've lost one of their players on the northeast side. Neither team in this next circle. As another knock goes over towards Getso. Team Spirit, they're biding their time. They don't need to go fast on this. Nomi on the high ground has somewhat of a threat underneath him, but should be fine as Getso take another knock and a flush.
Yeah, Stranger's able to deal with that one. 4 elims for them. So 5 now. And Team Spirit pretty low on supplies. Would like to clear out both of these squads, and both squads are injured. And they have the man advantage of just 1, though. They're not a full 4-man squad. Canadian Power really able to leverage that compound they picked up very early on. Do like the way they played that one.
Yeah, they stretched out as well. Canadian Power putting 0 closer to those Hacienda Hills on the north side in a little small building that's out there, 4-0. Got a nice foothold to launch themselves, because they are going to need to push towards Shockwave at some point. See, Shockwave are taking shots as well. They're keeping people at bay. That is so important in Hacienda, to keep people away from the building, because once they're in, it's like cockroaches. You just can't get rid of them.
Yeah, it's a very big complex. I think the big thing is that there's a huge amount of areas to play on the rooftops where they are edged in the way that you can kind of peek over the top and then peek back down into cover. So you do need to be really, really on the money. But there's such a long run up to Hacienda that you can take your time about picking your targets, figuring out which one to go first. Team Spirit is slowly but surely trying to run through both these squads. Now looking over towards Star instead of 88 Academy.
Default holding right on the corner angle here. Team Spirit looking for discipline in this fight. Matic closer to danger than the others. Kitsune waiting for the long angle, spotting off across in the distance. No one's there anymore. Nade's being cooked. Could be tricky, but Matic stays alive, and Kitsune again there for the trade-off. Nomi across the way, still up on that rooftop.
It's taking its time. Eventually, you'd imagine this next circle, all the teams are going to be forced out. Team Spirit are on the long side of the circle, though, so they'll be the first to have to move. But there's a knock. We just missed it onto Star Default, which might be the go trigger for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it looks like they are descending. The circle, of course it was. It was always going to Shockwave, wasn't it? There's the flush coming through. Looks like Team Spirit will stay alive completely. They do take a knock, so potential for 88 Academy to try and run through this one. But I don't think they've got it in them. Hang on a minute. I take that back. Tokyo going up, challenging Nomi, forcing him off the rooftop there and claiming the high ground just before this run-out is actually quite pivotal for 88 Academy. Things could get hairy for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, the smart move here for Team Spirit is that they identify that they need to take Star Default's Star's position just because it's closer to the center, and the run out that's going to have to come through for 88 Academy is going to be much more dangerous for them than it is for Team Spirit on this side, where they can start to play the ridge that just sits underneath. So I think for Team Spirit, they're not expecting to go too much further in this match, but they're looking to get as many eliminations as possible.
Why not? They're already close to the 10-point average on the 24 matches, let alone the 20 that they will have played at the end of this. They're up on 232 right now, I think, and they want to put more in. 2 more points ready and waiting for them. That was a wild dropout, though, from Kitsune. Matic going to go for it again. There's a player there with you. Not going to matter. He's on the 180. Matic with the classic. Now looking to drop over towards Tokyo. Shots from across the way for first aids. Can get the heal off, but there's the run up. Nomi trying to look to back his teammate up. Tokyo is there looking to heal himself, and Kitsune can get rezzed.
Yeah, the confirm on the Elim as well is massive. Now just having one player from 88 Academy is pretty bad news. He understands that the res is going through, so he can isolate this 1v1 with Matic. But what a shot from Matic with the UMP.
He is so ready for it. Matic tore that fight apart. Bare teeth. Hands and feet, that's all he needs. Shockwave now have to deal with Brothers in Arms on the south side. Marcio and Woodson are pushing in from that south edge. And like I said before, once they get in, it's a lot harder to deal with them. See if they can do that. Team Spirit, I mean, yeah, they wanted that tree, and so they just took it. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I think they identified that go away was moving in for quite some time. They never got the full finish over towards Blue TMTX. It's just one player here from Strangers. Good tag on the nade. That's all the information they needed.
Yeah, they saw that vehicle, just nade out the position. They know that it's going to be dangerous on that northern side. Shockwave with bigger fish to fry than suppressing this ridgeline, though, and it's still Brothers in Arms who are going to give them a lot of problems here.
There's a lot of focus from Shockwave up towards this north edge, though, and Brothers in Arms, like you say, are the biggest threat to them. I think they want to clear out as many of these long angles as possible so that they can fully focus over towards Brothers in Arms when the time comes.
Tree hiding in the smoke, but remember that nade, that info that they have, the spray down is there. Tree trying to reposition. I think Kanina Power might have angles onto this, and he's going to descend. I think this is the end of Tree. He's just giving it a go. Why not? Actually covers off some angles against Kanina Power. Zero will survive for a little bit longer, but Nomi stepping out. There it is. Yeah, you're not getting past that. It's Shockwave to pick up the point, though, and again, another point added to their tally is one step closer to Dagestan in second place.
It's a Shockwave circle. That's definitely what's going on here. And they needed more Shockwave circles. Again, taking center, not always easy. They're pretty good at identifying some strong spots in the circle. Just a lot of times the circle does definitively head their way. But you can't blame Shockwave too much for it. Ragnazada here, 5 nades, 1 molly, 2 smokes. He is ready and raring to go. This is the sort of game that Shockwave just wins off the back of not having to expend too much of that util in the early game.
40 in the back pocket for Magnazada, though. Lying in wait with that pump action. Oh, dear.
Nice.
Immediately, Nomi takes his head off. And another shot over towards Brothers in Arms as well. Team Spirit playing with 3. They're pretty effective, and there's more knocks going the way. Down south, that's a flush onto Woodson. That should be reasonable for Shockwave.
Yeah, Canadian Power makes a smart move, though. They instantly, as soon as they hear all that fighting, Zero's just going to move straight over towards that northeast side. Takes the opportunity whilst he has it, and Nomi gets in towards the small warehouse, which is very nice.
10 eliminations already for Team Spirit. They're having fun. Like you said, that is a massive factor for them. They are just doing so much work, and it's guaranteed now that they're going to be first place. There's no one that can catch them with how far ahead they are. Even just getting the number of points it would take to fill that gap in a day would be miraculous. Not to mention Team Spirit going to keep opening that gap with the matches they've still got left. Magnazada, nade high, finds Matic. Kitsune close to res.
So sad. The way it bounced there was just up onto the lip.
Oh, another
really good nade.
And another. Wow, okay.
Yeah, there's some crazy nades coming through from Shockwave.
I love the colourful explosions. They're looking pretty slick with it. That nade short towards Nomi. Tags on. Okay. More nades still in the back pocket. This is the util that you were talking about them using. Interesting decision to try and nade a new position instead of going again for Nomi's spot.
Yeah, I mean, they have more nades to work with, though, but it does give Nomi time to get that first aid. In fact, he had the med kit, so that's massive for him. Magnazada doing the lion's share of the work, though, for the team. 5 elims right now.
Full flash on that guy.
Yeah, he's stunned. Are we heading towards our final circle? And again, this is where realistically Shockwave should just win, with it being so central on towards Hacienda. Everyone has to push into them, and they've got sight lines galore.
Interesting, though, Shockwave have used a lot of nades over towards Team Spirit, right? And Brother-in-Arms' position is sort of this tiered step-up position that can get towards Hacienda if you can progressively hop up, but they're taking shots out wide as well. And unfortunately, Brothers-in-Arms have taken another knock. They'll need to res that up before they can go for a push. Kitsune are still playing as 2. Sorry, Kitsune? Team Spirit with Kitsune is still playing with 2 as Nomi backs him up. Still a threat on the northern edge, but 4 players available for Shockwave.
If Team Spirit wants any chance of this game, they sort of need to get a knock in the next 30 seconds or so to get a push going. But if Shockwave has any idea how to play Pubg Mobile, this should just be a free chicken.
And it's a pivotal time for it as well. They're up at 150 now with the eliminations they found. That's a 20-point gap. Jakey wants to trade nades with Zero. Knows he's on the corner, but connects through it. Lovely find, and that will be Canadian Power out. Now 3 teams remain. 7 eliminations.
Kitsune gets absolutely destroyed as he tries to make that peak. Brothers in Arms have to move through the fences, awkward position, and all the high ground to play around with. Magnazada looking for an off angle over towards Nomi, in fact. I like that flex.
Nomi repositioning down low, has the challenge, and Magnazada takes it out. Now it's just Brothers in Arms to go. This is how you want it to go. It's a Shockwave circle. This is how they win their points. This is how they get their games. Nades in from Carryboy. Smoke trains it out. Launches one up high. Can it connect? No, but it pushes the high ground position away, which is going to be valuable. Not a lot more nades left in the back pocket, I'd assume. Jakey takes some damage. Doesn't quite land that. Last nade now in the pocket, and there's Wandu with the knock over towards Brother in Arms. That should simmer it down a little bit. Doesn't connect onto Carryboy. There's the Molotov, the last piece of ordnance. A swing out wide. Magnazada ready to go. Sends it straight on in, and Jakey descends immediately, flapping his wings like there's no tomorrow, and Shockwave close it down. A big match for their chase to second place.
Yeah, massive game from Wakazada as well. I mean, he was really on point that entire match. I mean, he had the majority of the elims for a long, long time, and that's a 22-point game there. So that is massive for Shockwave and should put them in the running around abouts with S Eagles and Dagestan now. So another team enters the mix, and Dagestan's life gets a lot harder. I think that they have definitely struggled here. So the next game needs to be a big one. Team Spirit, there's no way anyone's knocking them off first place now with that 15-point game. They have just looked so good since day 2. Some exchange. I think it was a case of learning how to play within their new roster, which is a bit more aggressive, taking names around the lobby, just taking fights when they want to, and it's a bit quicker as well. So I like that from Team Spirit. And again, sometimes having just one new player on the team can change the whole dynamic of the squad. S Eagles wasn't able to capitalize on taking down Dagestan early with 0 points.
Yeah, well, they managed to get those 4 points there, but that was it. They were starved of the rest of it. But Dagestan, they are under pressure now in a way that they haven't been for a while. Can they keep their head above water, or are they going to drown to the Shockwave wave? We'll have to wait and see after the break. That second place spot and the last qualification spot for PMSL EMEA and between the S Eagles squad and Shockwave. With Shockwave's performance in the last match, they were able to jump up pretty close by. Let's see where they ended things up. Right on the doorstep, 4 points behind Dagestan now.
Yeah, 166 points is a very good position for Shockwave to be in. And again, if they keep getting those kind of circles, this is certainly a position where they can jump up. Again, those circles are predicated off the back of some good rotations and central positioning from Shockwave. So it's not all luck a lot of the time, let's be honest. Just some of those circles towards the end have been a little bit kinder than others. For Dagestan, though, that is a tough opposition to have, especially when you've got one more Miramar to play today, where you're imagining S-Eagles might go for the same kind of play. There is a lot of spots on the map that are open, though, with 4 teams basically dropping over towards Los Leones. So S-Eagles, Kanina Power, Dagestan, as well as Big Baby heading down towards Puerto Paraíso. So I think there should be positions towards the northern side of the map that are open that Dagestan might be able to head towards. I think at this point, where it is so close, might not be a bad idea.
I kind of want Team Spirit to hot drop Asia Mix right now. Go over to the trifecta and just say, you know what, we're already in, man. Like, you hot drop us, we hot drop you. Just give them what for. I mean, they were able to take down a lot of Asia Mix last time around by just dropping in boot camp and playing that ragtag pickup onto the players to their south. But let's see if they want to get a little bit aggy with it, a little bit freaky, as we head into our final Sandhawk of this qualifier from Europe, all the way up to that EMEA slot. The second space is up for grabs, because that is a hell of, I mean, that is a 73-point lead from first down to second place, which is as much as would get you 14th place right now in this tournament, if you just had that difference as your point score.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, it's done. Something clicked for them around about day 2, so now they just get it. And honestly, 70 points in a day is already a very, very strong number. So I am almost certain that you could probably take Team Spirit out of the game, and they wouldn't have to play for the rest of the day. They'd still be in that first place position. It's impossible to catch up. So for Team Spirit, they don't have to do anything else for the rest of the day now. They could even target teams if they wanted to. Dagestan dropping over towards Tambang, S-Eagles on their opposite end of things in Bantai, with Shockwave over towards Kampong. Those are the 3 teams we will be watching. Asia Mix already takes a knock as they hot drop over towards Far Voice on the Northwest Island.
2 knocks as well. There is an answer to it, but they're coming through thick and fast. Unfortunately, I think they've already taken a flush there. Einaus has a nade sent his way, but stays alive for the time being. Retro, he spotted the angle with the M4. He's got a little bit of power on these early drops, but there's some shotguns, there's other rifles as well in play. Needs to land a spray onto Luna, but can't quite connect it. Forced to go for the reload around the edge now. Goes low, but there's a hop out wide. The shotgun slams down the law. And Asia Mix shut out. Just Keme left.
Far Voice, but it's Einaus looking around the side. Keme has to do a lot with this UMP, but no meds or anything to work with. The res is coming through. I think Far Voice might have just won out this fight against Asia Mix, who have not been the same since that one little engagement they had with Team Spirit in boot camp, where they got completely locked down as a fort. Circle over towards that eastern side, so both S-Eagles and Dagestan will have to move in. Shockwave are controlling Kampong and Lakawi quite nicely, though.
Spray down. Keme still trying to heal. Not going to happen. You're done, so. Asia Mix out from our final Sandhawk. They have 3 more maps left to play today. Let's see what they can develop for themselves for the future, because it is full practice mode now for a lot of these teams in the lobby. It's only a question mark for 3 of the teams as to what's going to happen at the end of this one. With no money on the line, ladder up's not as important. It's all for the pride of it. And one for all.
Yeah,
they're playing with pride right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more amusing action, a lot more engagements taken all over the place. I think for a lot of teams, they realise that they are completely shut out. This could have been a very different tournament in the case where it was much closer, but I think with Dagestan, Shockwave, S-Eagles and Team Spirit all in this lobby, it was sort of difficult to lock them out. You sort of locked a lot of teams in a cage with 4 lions, essentially. So, difficult proposition to be in.
Yeah, pretty tricky. I did message the developers and I asked them to give One for All a point officially, and they said, "Who are you?" So I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. They are just going to be denied that. Maybe they'll get it here, though, against Blue TF.
Possibly. I mean, they're very close by. It's over towards that northwest side. AA Academy still yet to move in, and Far Voice Gaming with their 3, looking to maybe cross the river. Just looting some of the compounds in that area first. I'll wait for our stage 2 to really confirm where a lot of this is happening. Flavius down right off the bat, things.
King down as well. Black now with a chance against Garcia on the door frame. Is he going to get the point? He does. Confirm it. Add that one to the tally. We're up to 49 already. 1 for all now. Continue their trek against Blue Tiam with 3 players to deal with. Smarty on the high ground, staying safe behind the door frame. Hop in, not spotted. Black is going to lose his teammate once again. Now hits the reload. Tommy gun around the corner. Ooh, go away knows. He's only got 8 bullets left. Has to go for the pistol. Crawling, shimmy to the other side of the window frame. But I feel like go away knows, and the pistol through the window hops on in. Love to see it.
Yeah, blasts him back with the old pistol action there. John Wicks him to death. Canina Power versus 17-15. Again, there's just going to be a ton of action going on in our matches now. A lot of teams realise this is more puggy than anything. That is a very amusing drop-off on the nade.
Another? Oh, I thought that was on Tabana, but a little bit long on that arm. But a seat with the cook and more nades. Ordnance just pouring into 17-15. You cannot get out of the quarry that easy. Gentle has a lot of danger sent his way, and there's the spray down. But there's a player beneath him. I don't know if they're knocked, but Tornado has the challenge. A drop down. 180. Slick with it. But Dussy closes it down.
Yeah, but Dussy consistently been like one of the better players here on Canina Power. Has had some moments for himself as well, which is really nice to see. Unfortunately, Canina Power weren't able to ramp things up. They have had not a bad tournament, currently 107 points after those 4 elims are added to their tally. And they have been particularly dominant over towards Miramar, consistently getting up towards the top of the tables on that map. So again, for Canina Power, it might just be a case of revising some of their gameplay over towards Sandhawk and Arangle. But yeah, a strong team that just didn't quite make it.
88 Academy, they're still entrenched over on that northwestern side. They're picking through the remnants of the fight between Far Voice and Asia Mix right now, and they are slowly moving their way south. Yet to make it to the island, the only team yet to make that move. Actually, no, wait, Big Baby still just between Sami and Bantai. Far Voice, they are picking up the pieces from their scrap. They were able to keep 3 of their players alive, I believe, and they will be getting on with things. Luna pretty low, but we'll be able to pop those bandages on. Pretty low on supplies there, it has to be said, for Far Voice. They're not going to be too happy about that.
No, not at all. Far Voice just gone from bad to worse on their side of things, but they're still taking names, taking shots over towards Brothers in Arms. Marcio goes down for him. Almost shifting into stage 2 now. Most teams are in the circle. Dagestan got slightly ahead of Brothers in Arms. They've headed over towards a position on the north side of Quarry. Team Spirit do take a knock, but I think that should be resable.
In fact, it's close by enough to Kitsune to go for that res. 88 Academy, can they take that opportunity to push the back of Team Spirit? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to just yet. The rest hasn't come through yet. Big Baby, they did take off from Bantai, I think all the way on the south side. They're rotating around. I'm not entirely sure which direction they're going. It would be crazy to go north, so I'm almost certain they're going to go past docks on the southeast side. We'll see them pop up soon. Dagestan, very central now, right? They're pushing into a center position. Shockwave a little bit further out on the edge, close to the Eagles, so potential for that southeast side to come to a head and really define who has a chance of overtaking Dagestan.
Yeah, it took a knock as well there from Canina Power. We were able to res it up. There is compounds over towards that north side, which are pretty priority, and because they were able to slip on through past quite a few teams like Brothers in Arms and Far Voice Gaming, they might be able to get themselves into a strong spot early in this game.
Canina Power still taking the fight. Star Esports slowly trekking their way towards one of those junction compounds on the north edge. Team Spirit still on the south boot camp split. Those hills, that high ground, they don't want to give it away just yet. They can still control 88 Academy going for that crossing. Canina Power, this is the team that's been giving a lot of trouble towards Dagestan, but they've taken a knock, and the Eagles are here to play. They want to close that gap between them and Dagestan as well, just as Shockwave were able to do in the previous match. But if they go for this fight, Shockwave can third party. They're in a position to make that possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of backstab potential here onto S-Eagles. Perks is in a really dangerous spot where if S-Eagles just peek over the top side of the hill, he's the only player up there. The rest of the squad is down towards the compound that sits on the roadside. So he's just providing a little bit of cover towards the back end of things. He did get a teammate that rotated up to assist him. You can see him there on his north side in Kaya.
Big Baby, they tried to go for the rotation, but Shockwave have caught this. And Shockwave, they were in a position to third party, but they spotted 4 points out in the ocean, and that is the gap. That's the gap between them and Dagestan, remember? With 4 swimmers, if they can pick these points up, they are dead level. I think Dagestan win out on the tiebreaker with them able to get a couple of chicken dinners on the cards. But Shockwave adding another one. Hang on a minute. No, I think actually with Shockwave taking that last chicken dinner, they would win out the tiebreaker. They've already found 2 of these points. Can they get the other 2?
Yeah, I mean, for Shockwave, they've had plenty of chicken dinners during this tournament with the amount of times they've had center. Arabelle taking a lot of shots there. Blue will push them in. They did get the knocks through as well, so get the confirm on the flushes. Good to go. I think they realised that Blue should just do the trick.
Still one more out in the water, though. It does get taken. I think that's blue zone. Yeah, as you see, Baban goes down there, which leaves Shockwave only on the 2 eliminations, actually. Only the 2 points they found, but Brothers in Arms are here now. They've moved in, they heard this, and they've slinked their way up that east coast and into the watchtower. Unfortunately, they're all in the same exact position, which means that return fire, fairly trivial for Shockwave to enact.
Shockwave does need to move, though, eventually. I mean, the circle's closing, so we'll head to stage 3 soon. And right now, with them playing down towards Lakawi, this is an awkward spot to play. So much oversight on it. Wandu wants to have some kind of impact on this fight from the north side of Lakawi. Maybe he could bridge over top of the ridge there, and then maybe get some shots through towards Brothers in Arms. But yeah, Shockwave right now locked in. So 2 teams, locked in engagements, Kingdom Power versus S-Eagles, and Brothers in Arms versus Shockwave.
Yeah, but we're on board with Strangers and Getso over in Paradise Resort. And looks like Brett just slowing things down. The real action taking place here. Not just yet, no knocks found. And for Strangers, do you want to go aggressive? It seems like they do. Ked and Lonely on that side swipe angle. If there's an improper cross going on, you could catch it very nicely. Circle up towards the north side. No knocks just yet. Lonely has the nade and still carries that cross. Carry Boy actually sprays down onto Wandu. He said he wanted to have an impact over on the east side, but he's not going to be able to. Shockwave are losing players. This is the worst time for that to happen.
Yeah, not great. Not great at all. Kingdom Power just dip out and they'll head towards that compound on the southern edge. So leave S-Eagles behind, but towards those ridge sides. Kingdom Power actually making a hell of a crash towards Star's position. That was an insane rollout with no scouting at all, just a blind push.
And they're dead because of it. I don't think Zero survives this. It would be a miracle if he finds anything here. Gets a knock, but I mean, what do you expect? You go into a compound that's dead center of this circle, that was pretty central on the previous circle. There's going to be someone there. You just can't do that. You just can't. And that is a big misplay from Kanina Power.
Yeah, she forgot to scout out the potential targets on that side of the map.
They deny the points to the Eagles, though. Kanina Power doesn't go down to them.
Yeah. There was a very easily playable compound just ahead of them as well, so I'm not sure why they didn't go there.
They could have just stopped instead of kept going.
Yeah. Star has very little supplies, though. They looked fairly weak when it came to, the vests, the helmets.
They just got delivery, though, so...
They did, actually. You're not wrong. Full team delivery.
Yeah. They had it airlifted in. That was pretty successful. God, I wish I had that in my Pubg Mobile games. That'd be great. You'd be like, oh, you need some ammo and nades and stuff? Yeah, we got you, bro. Just roll on straight into my crosshairs. That'd be nice.
It feels odd for Brothers in Arms. I mean, Shockwave have lost 2 players, but more than likely Brothers in Arms are going to go down for this play. So Shockwave, a holdout Big Baby, but by doing so, they're being held out themselves. And again, this fight from Brothers in Arms is taking awfully long to conclude. They're not likely going any further than around about 9th place because of this. which is quite amusing. So Shockwave is getting ruined off the back of a team sort of sacrificing themselves for a couple of points.
I'm surprised that I'm not too sure why Shockwave don't have 3 points. Oh, they do now. Woodson goes down. Goodness me. I was surprised that they didn't get 3 points, though, because I felt like they got 3 knocks out to the players in the water, but they only managed to get 2 of the points for it. Maybe one of them tagged on the blue and took the knock that way and then bled out underwater.
It took too long. So in between their shots, I think we were able to tag 2 of the players like pretty recently before they went down, and then 2 players hadn't been tagged for a while, so they just drowned, and no one got any points for that.
That's sad.
I mean, that would have been a nice crash for Canadian Power if it worked out with this circle. With Star now holding a huge amount of space, and Dagestan has played this game very quietly down towards that southwest side, but now they have to move.
It is their big move as well, right? They've got the Eagles close by to them who are chasing, remember, still they're 15 points behind them in that second place position. Dagestan outside of the zone, allowing 88 Academy to get ahead of the curve on them. Oh, Shockwave take a knock. That is unfortunate. Just 1 point shy of Dagestan's tally right now. They are going to go in with just Ragnazada, who, to be fair, if there's one player left, you do want it to be Ragnazada. He has been an absolute terror in this lobby over the last 4 days, and continues to be so. I think he's second MVP right now, just behind Nomi from Team Spirit.
Yeah, Ragnazada has been fantastic. Magnum finds Luna, and will immediately confirm that flush for Dagestan. Is over towards that northeast side. I think those are shots coming through from S-Eagles now as well.
Far Voice have an angle. Dagestan moving Shifu out to scout as well. Brothers in Arms clashing with Getso. It's not going well. Getso going to shut this down. Team Spirit as well out on the western side, rolling over. But Go-Wei does get an answer, and Kitsune goes down as well. Okay, danger on the northwest edge for Team Spirit. See what more they've got in the hands. No, Blue Tiam do go down instead. Far Voice to Dagestan. Not too sure what he's shooting at there, but I don't think he knows either.
Limbo Boom back in the mix. Just going for some scouts over towards Far Voice, trying to provide information of where the nades need to go for the team. Shifu starts to cook one up of his own. Nade lobs in. Shifu has to duck wide, and his nade gets thrown off kilter because of it.
Far Voice Gaming right now is the only thing that's holding this fight back between the Eagles and Dagestan. Limbo Boom getting close with the buggy now. The south side is getting dangerous. This is a fight for second place. Shockwave did get eliminated fully. They are now 2 points behind Dagestan. If Dagestan go down here, there is a chance for Eagles to push both of the 2 teams ahead of them out of the way, depending on how far they can go, because Star is the major hurdle in this lobby after this.
Shifu, 1 nade now remaining. So scarily close here to S-Eagles. Magnum just slowly pushing in, proning down. He was sort of that big moment for them on that side.
Big.
Tries to not create a load of noise by doing this. Still can have a big impact in the game.
Shifu with an aid onto a slam. Limbo Boom traded off. Immediately it all pops off. Far Voice is still here. They are on the inside. Another nade up towards Limbo Boom, and Rolex looks to confirm. Will not find it, but takes a lot of that health bar away. Another nade over towards the back lines, and Shifu wants to step up now. OMG behind the tree. There's danger on his right-hand side. Rolex is there. Devil is there as well. Rolex from the bush. Finds one. Now Magnum steps up for the fight. DBS tags a little bit of damage. Doesn't quite get it done. Not the whole way. Devil, smoke is blooming, and Rolex backed off yet again. Shifu not res just yet, but Eagles are on 3.
That could be a nasty nade over towards him.
That's it. Huge opener over towards Rolex and Devil. I'm surprised OMG didn't go down. Now Far Voice is trying to step up. I now just turns away. He's like, no, I'm good. I'll see you guys later. Dagestan putting up a fight for their second place. They are stalwart in their defense. Can the Eagles get back to their feet?
I mean, the Blues pushing in. I wonder if they can even pick these players up at this point in time. Dagestan do need to be careful about this. They're literally all on their right side, and they seem to have no idea where they are. Limbo Boom gets taken down because of it. Magnum, though, managed to get something done. OMG, 1 HP.
Zadira able to hold his nerve, and that shuts the Eagles away. They put them down, and that is beautiful news for Dagestan. Sure, they're playing as 2, but they can breathe for just a moment longer. They'll go into the next match not free of worry, but they will have a chance to rack up more points here.
Yeah, massively. I mean, they're kind of out of the picture as well for a lot of teams, and getting into a top 5, top 3, possible now for Dagestan, but versus the wide split from AA Academy, you wonder how possible. An awkward fight for them with 2 effective teams around them playing a 4v6 there.
Dagestan going to get both of their players back up. The big question mark on this match is how many points can Dagestan get, right? Shockwave finish on 169. Dagestan started on 170. They've got 4 eliminations so far. The more points they can put up as a buffer, the better, of course. They want more than 4. Star Esports on their wide split. It's working out.
For Dagestan, they do have a really good position down towards the southeast side. The question is whether 88 Academy start to move over this way. They understood roughly where Einaus has gone. There's only really one position he could have played in, which is this shack that sits down towards the south side, so they're mollying it out right now. Luckily, Einaus is able to get to the backside of it. Magnum's forced to play behind this rock.
There's not going to be a lot left. Yeah, you can see no nades, no mollies, no smokes even for Magnum. But they definitely know that Einaus is in here. Oh, he spots the peak. The weapon swap. Magnum's like, if he goes for that again, I'm gonna take him down. I'm gonna take him down now. But Einaus could also draw some attention from Star Esports. So they're trying to move in, but Strangers behind them. Star Esports ahead of them. 88 Academy now on the radar for Magnum across the way. Shots going back and forth. Simitana looks to try and close things down on that northwestern edge. Again, so still going. The Strangers actually bear the brunt of it.
Yeah, nice shot from Zadira, actually catches out Einaus inside that shack, so up to a top 4. 3rd place would be ideal, 2nd place would be really good, but versus AA Academy, who are now starting to push over that ridge side. Feels like the days are a little bit numbered here for Dagestan.
The one thing that they've got going for them in this position is that Star are playing a wide split. If you find an opening, you can storm on in. The question I have, though, is how much utility do Star Esports have? That is a shift that takes them over towards 88 Academy here. This is potentially good news for Dagestan.
It's great news for Dagestan because it means that 88 Academy aren't likely to push this ridge on their right side. They'd rather just sit in this position. Very close from Semtenar. Before that almost hits on. Ked trying to stay alive, and there's that push out. Zadira gets knocked, and now Magnum needs to play a very slow game.
Playing in the shadow of Star Esports as well. He's close by to their compound. He's getting a bit friendly to the north side as they are up into that 3rd place. Already guaranteeing themselves another 5 points, which would put 11 points between them and their closest rival.
Well, they spot him. Yeah, I think Magnum might be going down shortly.
Come the nades.
But a 3rd place is not bad. I think a 3rd place for Dagestan, for where they were playing, for the fights they had to take, that is really good news. Circle shifts over towards 88 Academy, and the game that felt certain for Star now goes in the favour of 88 Academy.
Taking a bit of damage. If Peachy goes down, there's that side opening. Magnum, okay, he denies the point. Just gives up the ghost and goes out in 3rd. That puts Dagestan with their points tally at 180 now. Star Esports trying to run out. Ragnar catches one. Simitana's next to go down. Default next. Last up is Shu. Is he going to be able to find anything? Does have a low HP target on his off angle, and a 1 versus 3 is possible, but there's nades. And there's no way you get away from this. Surely you find something. There's the bullets from the distance to be able to close things down, and it is 88 Academy to stop the match in its tracks. But Shockwave not able to do too much from that southeast side. They were baited out to the water, closed out by Brothers in Arms. S-Eagle squad took the fight with Dagestan, couldn't win it out. Dagestan not out of the woods just yet, but they hold on for a moment longer.
Yeah, for Dagestan, not a bad game from them. Much needed match as well. I believe it was around about 9 points they're able to accrue on that game, 10. So not bad. They had themselves 5 placement points from 3rd place and the 5 elims. So for Dagestan, push themselves a little bit further ahead, and with both Shockwave and S Eagles not getting a huge amount done in that game, that's really big news. Also, them winning the fight versus S Eagles is very important. So they're doing the right thing here. But we will be heading towards our fourth match coming up very shortly, and only a 10-point lead. It's so close right now for Dagestan.
It is down to the wire, and it's nice and exciting getting on. And we would be happy, I think, with either Dagestan or Shockwave going through. By rights, we said earlier, we think Dagestan may be just slightly more deserving given how they've played, but anything can happen. If you want to see what is going to happen, though, you need to stay tuned whilst we go to a break.
Likely we'll see some teams trying to hot drop one another just because it's the final day today. But again, we are just looking at those three teams as it is halfway through the day now. We have 3 matches left to play to finish out this qualifier, and it is 3 teams all looking to take that second place position. Dagestan has done a lot throughout the entirety of the qualifier to sit here in second place, but they've got to do more. So they have to play all the way to the bitter end, whereas Team Spirit can now just take a more laid-back approach to their matches.
They can get a little bit funky with it. I'm excited for this, right? I mean, we saw on the last match they were going a little bit helter-skelter to the engagements, which is good. Team Spirit dropping out over towards farm. They're not adjusting their drop spot. That would be crazy in these last matches. They're just taking it nice and slow. Teams dropping out. Let's take a look at where Dagestan are going. Are they going to have a hot drop on their hands? Eagle's going to leave them alone. I think Shockwave, yeah, they're going to break up to the north side as well. So not going to see any crazy hot drops coming through onto these 3 teams, the 3 important teams. And another hard shift. We're going to the east this time, keeping the Pubg in, that mansion area, going to be a major factor of this next circle.
Yes, we're at our western circle at the very beginning of our day today, and now we're heading over towards our east side. You got Canadian Power nice and central over towards this position. Dagestan playing over towards apartments, and S Eagles not challenging them in that position, which did cause some problems. And I think Dagestan has been challenging quite a lot of their spots the last few days, and understandably so, considering teams would like to chase that team. They are the only attainable team at this point in time to get ahead of, with Team Spirit being far too far in the lead. For Dagestan, this is not a bad position to start your game. I mean, both S Eagles and Shockwave are quite far away from the circle, have a lot of movements to make before they get themselves in, whereas Dagestan can comfortably loot up towards apartments, get their vehicles, and then move further towards that central side of the map.
Brothers in Arms. We did have a deduction over towards Brothers in Arms. If you're wondering about their score total, they did have 11 points docked, I believe, from their totals for not running the anti-cheat that is necessary for our competitors. So they've been naughty, and they are getting punished for it, rightly so. Unfortunately, they'll be able to play on. Have another chance to regain those 11.
Yeah, get them back on board after they had a very, very hard gatekeep over towards Brothers in Arms early on in the game.
It's a Shockwave,
big baby, actually. Yeah, so I think for Shockwave, they need to maybe have something a little bit stronger here for themselves from Severny. Certainly possible. They have the Kameshki rotate they can make over towards Mansion or even just over the top side of the lake here. So easy enough in terms of a rotational path here for Shockwave. Not so much for S-Eagles, who are so far out of the way on the southwest side of the map.
They really are. Obviously, they just have always been dropping in Primorsk, and well, not obviously, they are dropping over in Primorsk. Depends if you've been keeping up with the drop spots. But yeah, they've got a long road ahead of them. Team Spirit are in their way. This scrap with Blue Tiam at 17-15 is also in their way, which could go either way between these two teams. But at the moment, 17-15 bearing the brunt of the damage that's coming on out. Blue Tiam. Yeah, they win this engagement. 17-15, not going to re-engage on this one. One for all a little bit further on. Phantom with a chance. Jump spot. Got to say, I don't think... Are they aware? Do they know? Do they think they checked it?
Yeah, because he's so close to the wall, jump peeking, it doesn't really work as well. He could step out here. I mean, they're both getting in the vehicles, but it's opting to play it slow.
Oh, is he? No, I thought he... No. There's one player left. God say, oh, no. A slow rollout could be the death of him. Not even going to do that. Phantom, living up to his name. Quiet as a dormouse.
Yeah, doesn't even try for it. And I think he knows the camera's on him as well. Just a little peek outside, and he gets away with his life. 3 players, not bad for 17-15. They get to play on a little bit further into this match. Team Spirit already making their move out from farm, as Canina Power have a very hard split going on up towards Heaven's side and down towards Shelter, and could get caught off guard by Team Spirit's quick rotate in towards the circle. But looks like they're already making their move at the moment.
Good one. Slam into that south side of Canina Power. Let's see what you got. I want to see some fireworks from Team Spirit, right? Celebration in these matches. See what they can do. They've already got a 10-point average over the tournament. If you add on for 24 matches, they've already got over 240, which would be that 10-point average. See how much further they can push that. To get 11 points average would need 264 points. So we'll see if they can make that work for them.
Yeah, tough approach for Team Spirit to get towards the 12-point average with only 3 games remaining. But yeah, they really don't have to even play at this point in time. They could have the chillest laid-back games. But I think for them, it's more about right now continuing to test out this new playstyle from themselves, new gameplay coming through from them with Matic on side. So again, because they don't really have to worry about teams catching them anymore, this can be more about, well, what kind of weird rotations do we want to make? What kind of positions would we not usually assault that we can try and test ourselves on? Which is very, very nice for Team Spirit going into PMSL in terms of just being like, right, we can now just experiment a little bit.
What is interesting, though, is because this is broadcast, right? People are going to be able to watch all of this back and have all of this information on Team Spirit coming into PMSL, right? So there's a lot of potential for things to be countered by them, which means that potentially also Team Spirit are looking to try and hide some stuff and get a little bit weird with it. Like you say, try some strange rotations that maybe they'll be able to pull out on an off chance, but that they're not going to be playing as a mainstay spot.
It's funny though, because a lot of their plays that they've made feel more like just plays that only Team Spirit could have made in those moments. Like a lot of the stuff that led to their big games was a case of, we need to outplay our opponents, we need to make this dangerous call, and that's not stuff you can really counter. Sure, you can look into their rotations, that's about it really. A lot of their end game stuff that has looked fantastic has just been they're really cleaning house with the lobby, which is nice to see for Team Spirit, because we do see this team do extremely well. A lot of people have eyes on them. A lot of people are happy to see this squad, but there's a lot of moments where it all goes wrong, which it felt like it was doing at the very beginning of the qualifiers, but quickly that changed. As you can see now, they are far up in the top of the leaderboard.
They are eclipsing everybody else on their points totals. Oh, back up to the bridge. Let's have a go. Far Voice Gaming actually have brothers in arms on the other side of it who are guarding them out right now. And so, it begins. Oh, hang on a minute. Eagles have been found. Brought back down to earth there by the south point of... What is Kitsune doing?
Scouting?
Don't worry, guys. You do all of that north bit of Milta. I've got the whole of Milta Power to myself. It's chill.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, scouted this out and no one's here. If we get a southeast shift, they have a easy anchor point.
Yeah.
So,
okay, there you go.
There you go. There's your easy anchor point.
What is going? I mean, sure. Absolutely. The Eagles take a knock, and it looks like they want to run it down with Matic getting bold. They are definitely playing a little bit more loose right now. It looks like there is a regroup, though, from the Eagles to try and hold this one at bay.
Yeah, even so, they're on the edge of the circle now, been slowed down on their rotate. Team Spirit has a rough idea of where they are. They do need to regroup with Kitsune, though, because he has a strong spot in the circle.
Not on his own, though. He can't hold it.
It needs to be re-strengthened.
Yeah. The spot is strong. The number of players, not so strong. And Big Baby might try and do something about it over on the east point.
Yeah, he's calling for assistance from his teammates. Strangers find Morris out in the open, fair enough. Dagestan also quite central. They're able to get into the circle, like you said, starting from apartments. They've got a really good shot into the circle itself. Shockwave, on the other hand, have to battle out on that northern side, and over towards the western edge, S-Eagles have to do the same. So again, an opportunity here for Dagestan. Unfortunately, close the guys from Team Spirit, which is the only struggle.
I think Team Spirit were potentially thinking about going for the crash onto the Big Baby compound, but because Dagestan were close by, they decided not to go for it. They've still got Nomi out slinging around on that western side, seeing what he can find out towards that lumberyard hill that sits just to the west of this area. Gathering that intel. They obviously know that Dagestan are going to be here, but Limbo Boom going down. Again, this is just, it seems like such a struggle for Dagestan to keep hold of this second place right now. Time and time again, they have something taken away from them. They're playing on the back foot constantly.
Yeah, which is difficult, and they're just about managing to live on. And I think some of those moments have been helped by the fact that Shockwave has not had the greatest games, or S-Eagles gets out. They important fight Eagles as well, but two, especially on where a bit of an interest to go up against next game, so that's something to consider.
Can't be too liberal with that ammunition there, Kitsune. He's not got a lot left. It's the best thing you have ever seen in your life. They have been on this bridge since the start, since about halfway before this zone started to close. And Brothers in Arms, it feels like this is all they want to do, right? Just find a team and say, you're not playing the rest of this game. We're not either, but you're definitely.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of these situations where two teams will just hold each other out for ages, and now Brothers in Arms attempt to get away, and there's some shots coming through from Inows. Luna makes the move, but there's two players still here. Good bait from Brothers in Arms.
17-15 are here to play as well on the north side. I think they might divert, not third party this, given the circle shift straight over towards Kitsune's anchor point for Team Spirit. Nade in. Luna didn't manage to find her way through. As Woodson drops the smoke out wider. Wants more leeway as Luna gets flushed.
I mean, for Team Spirit, they're basically playing the exact same split we saw Dagestan take on their 31-point game, which is... I mean, you can always learn something from another team, that's for sure. It's getting extremely hectic now as S-Eagles wrap around towards the central location of Milta Power. No real contest either coming through from any other team.
Dagestan picking up some points potentially. Shockwave take a knock to a nade over on the northwestern side. There's a lot of fighting going over for Shockwave as we keep going on with this scrap on the end of the bridge. 2 players make it through for Far Voice. Dagestan, they're holding these this tiered compound, generally quite strong, but they're playing it as 3, which really severely diminishes the strength of the hold here. So it could be dangerous for Dagestan. I'm interested in what Shockwave are doing right now because they are a 1 player remaining though. Over on this northwestern side, it has gone pear-shaped for them.
Yeah, they were getting fairly obliterated by One For All. There's Eagles popping off versus Canina Powers. They attempted to get in underneath them on that southern edge. Start quickly. T-Poker takes an amazing spray. In fact, that was almost on target. But consistent shots coming from Asian Mix means he can't hold the angle for too long. 17-15 make quite the wild rotation and get into the circle.
1 do for Shockwave, last player to stand, gets out of dodge, gets away from it. Meanwhile, over in Pubg, they're still in there. 8-8 Academy and Getso clashing. Back and forth right now, 2 players up for either team. They're playing 2 versus 2. The Bison not able to connect, finally able to turn the corner. Hops straight on through the other side of the window, back on in. He can't decide if he's in or out. He's playing hokey cokey with them. And the 8-8 Academy can't quite learn their lesson. Stepping up to knock Cloud and Avito. It's dangerous. Ragnar, though, he wants more of it. He wants a challenge. Not going to work out. Avito shuts it out.
Yeah, nice shots there coming through from Getso. Very, very well done. A quick cleanup and a very much needed quick cleanup because they need to start moving into the circle down on that south side. One For All in front of them and being pushed in by the blue. It doesn't look too hopeful for this team. S-Eagles, though, awesome rotation. Really clean. Slipped underneath absolutely everybody towards the central spot in the circle on Milter Power. No one's been able to challenge them all that much, and this might be a big game just off the back of position here for S-Eagles.
On that Milter Power position, will Canina Power be able to challenge? I mean, could you give Team Spirit any more here, though? They have got the exit road, plenty of leg room. They're taking a knock, actually, maybe. A little bit of danger for them over towards the cooling tower.
I mean, for Team Spirit, that anchor point from Kitsune was sort of unreal. He had a clairvoyant moment where he saw into the future, which was cool to see. And it has afforded Team Spirit an incredible spot to be playing in. And Dagestan realised they need to move further in, so they make their rotate as 3. I think they're heading up over towards the coastal side. Dangerous manoeuvres.
We're looking at the ragtag fight, though, between One For All and Getso. On the egress from Pubg. Black with the spray now, should be able to find Lonely. There it is. Able to track that one down. And now for Avito. Next up on the menu. Not Glad trying to get away as well. He goes back up into the blue. Pubg, he didn't want to leave. He doesn't want to move out.
Yeah, this is a awkward retrieval of a game. And I mean, again, that is how it goes. Dagestan, though, getting torn to pieces by Team Spirit as they attempt to find some kind of place to stay. S-Eagles remove Star. That's now up to 2 elims now. Dagestan had to push off Team Spirit down to 3 players after their knock and flush coming through from Dagestan.
Yeah, I think that was... who was that who went down? It was Effect who goes down on Team Spirit. Still 3 players on the spread that they've got. This is real frisky. In the meantime, Strangers holding out King. Black and Flavius further out in the distance. And the lead continues to pour up the coastline. Shots from Asia Mix towards Strangers, and they may need to be getting on with things fairly soon as well, because they're going to have to shimmy in along the coastline, potentially, or crash onto Big Baby further down to the southeast.
Overall swimming it, I don't know if this is going to last for too long for this team. Again, a lot of teams just sitting out on the edge, not getting too much done yet. Holding out over teams, unfortunate to say the least. Stranger have to make a quick push in, all in one vehicle. We know how this goes.
Pops out, spray for 1, then maybe a second. Okay, puts that one to sleep. Matic, I think, may have taken a point there. Not too sure. 2 eliminations found for Team Spirit. They have 1 do on the coastline. There's a crate out there. Does he know? Does he know there's a swimmer? He's probably going to be aware that there could be. The coastline fighting will definitely spook them a little bit. But how far can Shockwave go? And can Dagestan weather this one?
Yeah, it's a difficult game. I think I'm mostly looking at S Eagles because the position they have really speaks to me of a large game coming their way. It's going to be hard to push them out of that position too. So for S Eagles, likely to catch up to Dagestan. So Dagestan's main job right now as this 2 is to make it up into a high positioning. It's another salvage game like we saw from them over on Sandhawk, but losing a player, not ideal.
Shifu now the last to stand for Dagestan. S-Eagle squad, the eyes are on them, fixed. On the south side of the compound, they've got Kanina Power and Brothers in Arms to worry about. Asia Mix in the meantime have Baban on the ropes, but Dennis and Overlaid looking to try and suppress this position with more nades being popped on in. Keme gets the flush onto Baban, looks for the res onto Lost, should be safe.
Nomi goes looking for Shifu as well before he backs it off.
There it is.
In the same situation, I think the information has been passed back across. So Dagestan out was just 1 elimination and a 10th place, so no points accrued other than that elimination point. So big opportunity now for S Eagles. The door opens up for them.
A real big opportunity, you're right. Then to spread their wings and fly. Overlaid. Has a nade go in. Doesn't perturb him too much, though. Spray down with the Bison. Has a roll up for the buggies. 777s up and in. Looking pretty wild from Keme there. The spray is good for 1. Shouldn't have gone down too much, but Dennis is there for the crossfire. Only the 1 player stays alive for Asia Mix, but that is enough. However, with the blue zone coming in this fast, they don't have a lot of time to get back together. And Matic, oh, you know how many points he's about to earn.
Yeah, it's a real open crossing as well for Asia Mix. So for them, this is an easy spray down. Matic does only have a little bit of ammo, so you do have Nomi coming across to supply him with a little bit more that he'll need for this big spray down.
Hits him with the 6x. Getting ready for it. Asia Mix, I feel like they're going to know that their numbers are. The question is, do they go down to Team Spirit or to the Eagles, right? Because the Eagles should have sightlines over towards this as well. If they can pick up the points instead of Team Spirit, that is huge for their chase chances, right? They're on 158 points right now, and 3 eliminations, which puts them on 161. There's the first onto loss for the Eagles. The second knock onto Keme goes through for Kitsune, and there's the spray down over towards 777. Who's going to pick this one up? I think the Eagles might just have it and be able to add another point in.
777 moves up towards the compound, but so much shots and fighting, and already as a nade's being cooked over towards him. Not quite on target though. One goes a little bit closer, but the airbursts aren't great for S Eagles.
She goes long. Don't think they know exactly where he is. Team Spirit, they're back up to holding this northwest side. Does King have a route up the cliff on that northwest edge? I don't think so. Has Matic gone hunting? Has he jumped down into the water?
So annoying, because 777, that was an unreal nade he was about to throw versus a massively grouped up squad there from S Eagles. Cooks the thing way too long.
Nothing really happening now. The circle is the go time for a lot of these teams.
S Eagles trapped in what we would say is a pretty enclosed space, so nades could be really big, and Kanina Power has great sightlines on the run out. Eastland moves over towards that north side, which is further inside the circle, but they'll have to leave, with Kanina Power still being able to hold onto their compound. Eastland does provide a nice little bit of an anchor point for the rest of the team to cross over towards.
The fractured cooling tower on the northeast side, it will cover a little bit, but in general, you can't play that super effectively. So a lot of dead ground that's slap bang in the middle of this circle. It's really going to be looking to these ridgeline plateaus that sit around the side. And I think that at the moment, actually, Farvoice don't have a terrible chance of being able to make it. King, oh, okay, yeah, Matic didn't actually go on out there. Wasn't getting too crazy with it. Ooh. Little spelunking in the buggy. That's a little bit dangerous, but thinks better of it. Gets over to a better position. This is that plateau, that ridge line that I was talking talking about that Team Spirit can start to extend on the east side if Far Voice Gaming don't take control of it first.
Ooh, nice shots from Matic actually, all the way across towards S Eagles. Again, that warehouse door is so open. Might be providing that information back across the rest of the team, but drops that smoke there now. No one knows he needs to reposition. Shockwave Wandu. Very important player for the team here to get towards a high placing. Still 8 teams in, it's a lot of stragglers. So again, if Shockwave goes out, if Eagles go out, they won't actually accrue all that many points.
There's 4 solos and 1 duo. There's actually only 2 teams at full force. The Eagles and Kanina Power. Kanina Power have the rooftop high grounds. He's just trying to get as much juice out of that orange as possible on the roof. Peeks out the side. Silence. He's giving them the run around, but has to tuck back in there. Perks a little bit low on ammo.
S Eagles know they have to move, and really soon as well. The shots are still just pouring out a little bit here and there. They get in the vehicle to hope to make this cross as fast as possible. Finally, Islam finds 777, which allows them to now move out. Shockwave,
Wandu takes a shot. That's up towards Minotox, who was on the high ground, I think. Wandu's position is known now. Trying to cover the cross. They hop out. There's one knock. Rolex rolls himself over. That is really bad news, but they do get to cover and a little bit more time now to play with to look for that res. A slow up and a crash. I'm not entirely sure how Rolex managed to make that happen, but there you are. Got to be careful.
Yeah, must jumped out of the vehicle, and the vehicle must have still had momentum. Difficulty thing for S Eagles is this door here is the only run out that they'll have going into the late game, because the blue's going to cut out the backside of this warehouse. So Canadian Power can just rain down fire into this compound. If they've got any nades, they'll be massive. I think Brothers in Arms are now down as well, so now they can fully focus on this position. Zero gets backed off though.
Zero down as well.
Good shots.
Wandu is out. That Shockwave eliminated. Now in 6th place, so not too many points earned, but still another small gap closed towards Dagestan. They are 9 points behind Dagestan moving into the last 2 matches now. But the Eagles, they've still got some room to play, even if it is starting to get smaller and smaller. Perks with the oversight. Odyssey on the off angle as well on the lower ground. They will have to move north and straight into Matic's waiting arms.
Yeah, what a horrible position for S Eagles to be in now. The funny thing is, I just don't really think Canadian Power has any nades left. If they did, this would be so easy to clear out S Eagles from. Very few positions that they can play. Perks just has to hit all of these sprays.
Into the buggy. They're navigating it. Perks just doesn't need to give these peaks. I think this is wise not to go for the spray, but as soon as you roll out, you need to start doing damage, and the Eagles are just getting torn apart now. They make it a cover, and there's Kaya lighting things up. Odyssey as well finds Rolex, and OMG and Rolex fall on the front. 2 players down. They get crawled back to cover. Islam down next, and Devil, the last bastion for the Eagles. And on the inside, I don't think he's got much chance of getting this run out. The spray down, not looking so hot, has the first aid popping, waiting for these angles to fade away, but the smoke clears, the first aid's there. Islam goes down, Kitsune pinches that point. Back into control, Rolex out, and that is the Eagles done. They are no longer in this match, and they will shut things down on 167. So still in the conversation, but not as close as they would have liked.
Yeah, it's not a huge game either, really, for them. I think they wanted a bit more. It was almost a crazy nade there coming through from Far Voice Gaming. Not comes through from Kitsune. That will be both of the Far Voice Gaming players down. They dare throw a nade towards his teammates.
Okay, so off this match, Team Spirit will have earned 11 points average over the tournament, I believe. With the 2nd place finish, they'll get 6 points, which will put them exactly on... Oh, wait, no, they still need 2 more points. It's lucky that, because there's 4 points left for them to get, and potential to ladder up into 1st.
3v4 though, this is time for Canadian Power to shine. I think they have really leveled up as the qualifier has gone on, but Perks going down there is unideal. Nomi's in such a good position to stop the nades coming through, and they cannot find it.
The angle just isn't there. Perks too far forwards to get a res just for the moment. Kisune's angle danger as the nade doesn't quite find him. Has to back off fully, but just caught on the cross by Matic. Zero putting pressure onto Kisune still, but there's answers. There's nothing really that they can do. The heal comes in. Perks can get res as Kaya makes the cross. Nomi with the nade, waiting for it, using the enemy as bait. The nade can come in. That looks pretty good, but a little bit short. Nomi has another, though. He's got 3 more in the pocket. Launches that one forwards. That cooked good. Over the top, dribbles it in, and Kaya goes low, not down just yet. This is a masterclass in nades. Coming through from Team Spirit. They know these burnt out concretes better than most. And Nomi finds the point. It's now 1 versus 3 as Team Spirit blast their way back into the lead, but Perks has a last ounce of oomph left in him. Knows Matic's approach, knows Nomi's approach, but that nade, no, just a bit long. He does indeed.
Another nade comes over the top, pretty close. Looks like he's running over towards that one as well. That was the last nade there for Matic. As first aid kit goes through, and now they're just looking to aggress onto him. He has to take these 1v1s as Nomi pulls out a grenade of his own, but the smoke denies the angle. Very well done. It's close to him.
Ooh. DBS, Nomi's given him a chance here. A 1 versus 2 for Perks. A chance to take on Team Spirit. The best of the best right now. Nade over the top. That's just a stunner. Nomi. They're giving them slightly closer to the centre. He's got a nade. Ooh, he could find Nomi here. The pin is pulled. It's the cook right. Perks launches it forwards. Nomi knocked. Huge for Perks. A 1 versus 1 now on the back line. It's just Matic. Can Perks hold the centre of the circle? Only Smokes in charge for Matic. With the Scar, with the UMP as well. The DBS is on side for Perks. Molotov, potential to isolate Matic's angle if he knows where he's playing from. Getting those stims on board. The health advantage is there. The blue zone's pushing him. Matic has to move second. Perks has to go now. Where's the nade coming?
Right over the top here, but again, for Perks, the problem comes through that Nomi's already done the job, which is to push him right up against the blue here. As it pushes him, Matic just has a free angle to play off the back of. Almost goes down, but a first aid kit should put an end to that.
He's got a nade. Perks has a nade and a first aid as well. He's got the stims already ticking. Matic repositioning. Nade now. Oh, he thinks he's on the off angle. He's not aware. He hears the steps, spots the player, sees him dying left, dying right. Matic now tries to dodge it and will be able to do so. A little bit more health, but no ammo in the back barrel for Perks. Needs the DBS now more than ever, but that's not going to work against Matic. He hits him with the classic, and that is Team Spirit taking another chicken dinner. They are up over 11 points per match.
It's a really clean shot from the UMP from Matic. I've very much enjoyed that. He's been extremely good with that weapon the entire time. The headshots he hits just makes it almost an insta-give. That sort of was the DBS before the DBS was around, was the UMP. And with the few changes to DBS, UMP has become a bit more of a powerhouse weapon within the roster of a lot of teams, which is nice to see. Team Spirit up to 22 points there on that game. It's crazy they're still putting up points here game after game. Canadian Power 13. S Eagles do get 9, but it's not the huge game that they were looking for.
And all of that, because Kitsune did some wild scouting over towards the peninsula, right? That game goes their way because of that maneuver, which looked a little bit crazy at the time, but it's planned out pretty well for Team Spirit. The fight for second place, though, still rages on. It is closer than ever with 2 matches to play. We're definitely going to Miramar next. We'll see you in a few. far they can go. Obviously, they already broke that 11-point average per match at the end of the season. That was 264. Would have been that metric for 12 points average. What is that? That's 288 would be their chance to break that 12-point average, which would be pretty monumental as it stands. And they definitely got the chops to do it. We'll see if they're able to make it work towards the end of this one, because they are 18 points shy of that metric.
Yes, they are. And I mean, for Team Spirit, crazy plays at the moment for them. And the fact that they're still pumping numbers, still taking chicken dinners at this stage of the game is rather silly. It's just like it's not letting up, and the momentum that they're carrying is far too much for any other squad in the lobby. We are heading over towards the north side of the map here with La Coperia being the end path for the plane. We'll wait for the circle to come on board, and we'll see what Dagestan does, because the big conversation we're having is that S-Eagles were pushing into Dagestan early on in the match, and they're surrounded by a lot of teams. So we'll see if Dagestan switches up anything, or if they're just going to keep going towards Los Leones and hoping that they can play it a little bit more safe versus S-Eagles.
I'm trying to see if I can spot the Dagestan colours breaking out down towards Los Leones, but I'm not seeing them. Feels like they may have diverted, changed their destination on this final Miramar match of the qualifiers. Where are they going to go? Are they waiting until really, really late and going to drop out somewhere? Is that them on the north?
Yeah, they're up top side there.
Is that no, that's Asia Mix. There they are. Goodness me. Very late.
On the top side of the map. I mean, fair enough, because, again, like I was saying before, there is a lot of areas on this map that are completely open. There's no one's really playing all that much. So there's a big possibility for Dagestan to have more positioning in the map, but they're playing it very safe, close to the chest here. I mean, Monte Nuevo is one of the big ones that I was looking at, where, you know, there really isn't a lot of teams that head towards there, and it can be a spot where you can take it up for your own, even if you want to play it with two teams inside. Definitely doable, but instead they head towards Ruins. They're going to try and split drop around there. Asia Mix should have seen that going through. With 777 returning to the squad with a vehicle that he was able to pick up, but with a northwest circle like this is great news for Dagestan. They're already in. They don't have to worry about S-Eagles hunting them down. So, fantastic start for Dagestan here on Miramar, and a much-needed switch-up.
Yeah, definitely a change was on their cards, and they've managed to find that. Shockwave on the east side, over towards Hacienda again. They do have a couple of routes in, but that northwestern side, given the plane path and where the circle's fallen, the centre of it around Crater Fields, right, is much more heavily occupied than I think we've seen a lot of Miramar circles be in quite a while this early on, right? You've got the northeast side of El Pozo with Star Esports. You've got Asia Mix on a flex out from La Coperia towards the Crater Fields already. You got Far Voice Gaming as well, who are guarding that one out in the midst of it all. So potential dangerous rotations here for Shockwave.
Yeah, I mean, for Shockwave, they will have to move over towards that western side, but you're right. There's a lot of teams that will be coming in quite quickly to their side of the map on that eastern edge. So maybe have to move bit faster in towards the circle, maybe towards Crater Fields, potentially, or towards La Coveria. Team Spirit rotating down towards Chumacera, no one there at the moment. Monte Nuevo's free. So unfortunate that they don't pick up that spot for Dagestan.
Yeah, they are still playing on that west side, and actually that might afford them quite a lot of safety, right? Because nobody's really going to be super keen to go hard west, play through El Pozo potentially, and try and push in that side of Crater Fields. It would be a last-ditch attempt, so potentially for a team like Big Baby, maybe even the Eagles later on, if they come in behind Team Spirit, who we're on board with right now on the south side, going past Chumacera, La Direra as well, potentially heading out towards Monte Nuevo themselves.
I think they're just going to loot up in Chumacera. It's just a couple of squads. I'm sure
Right.
towards the backside. Interesting. Okay.
It's just putting a smiley face on the bumper.
Yeah, Nomi is just playing an outside angle. Follow them up towards strangers, pass that information back. But free looting spot is a free looting spot. You take that loot where you can. And why not, right? They pick themselves up another vehicle along the way, so that's good news for them. S-Eagles continuing to grab everything they can from Los Leones. It's their last push in the day right now, these last 2 games.
They're hoping that lost Leonis can give them a win Leonis. Pretty good. There we go, pretty good. To start things off for the final Miramar. We're getting sickly with the puns.
I want to be ill. El Pozzo held by Star. That's probably one of the more central positions. Gives them that like an angle of approach towards the high ground that sits on their east side. Could potentially play that one out. But again, our stage 2 shift is really massive here on Miramar. So a lot of teams like to play it quite safe during stage 1. Don't get into too many engagements unless you're trying to hold out a team like S Eagles were on our last Miramar versus Dagestan. A lot of teams just will be biding their time. Shockwave getting as much scouting done as possible.
That is important. I mean, at the moment, Far Voice, they hold this high ground over the crater fields. We were on board with Vagnazada, who is the standout player for Shockwave. He is the reason that they are in contest right now for this top spot. 44 of those points are his from his elimination count, which is a monumental achievement. In fact, he is the only player, I repeat, the only player in this lobby to have beaten any of the members of Team Spirit when it comes to their MVP rating in this tournament. Nomi is at the top right now, and Vagnazada is in second place, beating out Effect, Matic, and Kitsune when nobody else has been able to do so. The next closest, Shifu from Dagestan.
Yeah, I mean, for Wagnazari, he has been doing so much for the team. He's like a one-man army on that squad, so it sort of makes sense that it would be that way with Team Spirit. Everyone's chipping in. So it's hard to stand out on Team Spirit, that's what I'm trying to say, because they're all so good. 8 Academy take down Monkey from Strangers, and we'll pick themselves up the first elimination of the match there.
Grabbing a point while you can. There is also the race to be, close to the top of that central pack, because the middle of these tables, we often, during tournaments, look at a lot of the middle of the tables, right? Because often there's an 8th place qualification or a 6th place qualification, that kind of boundary. And right now, that would be incredibly close, right? We've got about 6 teams who will be fighting around that sort of area, maybe even 7, going into these last 2 matches. But for now, they kind of have paled in comparison to the big 3 race up to that second place for the time being. However, Strangers do sit atop of that pack for now. And it's good to see Alicio back in the limelight for them.
Yeah, it's continuing to do some good stuff, but I mean, for them, they're currently in 5th place. It's not a bad result for them, honestly. I think they can be fairly happy with how they've played this one out. Some games that could have gone their way, but I think that their biggest problem is they do make some silly mistakes sometimes. A little bit over-aggressive at points, so I think for Strangers, certainly things could change this team in the future, but right now there are still some cracks in the ship that need fixing.
Tree has been their strongest player on the stats. And right now, he is going to need to pull those stats out the bag because his teammates falling like flies. Rod Tree removes a potential worry from his side, but no, Stranger's not even going to be able to get anything done there because they get caught in the middle. The pneumatic press closes, and they are getting crushed here. On the final Miramar, hard south shift, okay. This is dastardly. A lot of these teams have put themselves up to the northeast side here. 17-15 are going to want to move fast. There is a compound that sits at the saddle of the hill to the southeast of El Pozzo. That is potentially, I think, where 17-15 are going to look to go. Potentially, there is that massive high ground that sits on the north point of it as well.
Yeah, again, this is why I'm used to it. We don't really have any teams that play Monte Nuevo, and this would have been an excellent starting point for them. Someone was in this position, and it is S Eagles who in fact take up that mantle down towards that south side, burning away right now. Unfortunate. Hard to get away from. Brothers in Arms trying to take out the final members of AA Academy, just 2 left.
Harry Boy has a nade to worry about. It's bobbled out the side. When's it going to go? He doesn't know. The fuse is lit, but when's it popping? Ragnar, last to stand for 8-8 Academy, throwing another one down the hill, but through the door on the outside. They're able to shut things down. And Brothers in Arms play on with all 4 players alive. Now Lutiam are going to try and careen their way up to the wall. Okay. Giving them a barrel roll in the vehicle, hitting the car. Both tyres, well, all 4 tyres now connected with the floor, but neither of the players are quite so lucky. Silence is down as Morris launches a nade forwards, trying to get the flush.
Yeah, an aggressive play coming through from Blue Team DX and no real follow-up on top of it. So no backstops to support the push coming through. I think Brothers Silence does go down for Brothers in Arms. As nades keep getting just tossed into the sand in front of them, exploding their face. A lot of teams looking to make their approach into the circle. Star picks up a compound that sits on the south side of the field here. As Go Away gets flushed away for Blue Team DX.
Getting out of there. Just 2 players alive. Eagles close by to Team Spirit. Big Baby on the south edge of it as well. A little bit crunched in. You can see now Team Spirit have the high ground. Big Baby potentially looking to crash here. This is a test for the Eagles. This is the sort of team that you want to go for it with, though, against Big Baby, especially with Matic being a little bit of a guardian angel here. Arabal goes down.
As Eagles send away the guys from Big Baby, but not before Effect can find themselves an elimination onto their side of Arabao. They're sort of locked in now, S Eagles here, with Team Spirit guarding them quite potently. A lot of high ground to play around with. This could remain a strong spot, though, for S Eagles, as long as the circle heads back down towards its south side. And we should be hitting stage 3 pretty soon.
Dagestan being funneled towards Star Esports right now. Star in that compound down to the southwest of the high ground. I think Default actually maybe posting up on that massive, that really, really tall high ground point, but close by to Keme. The circle goes out to the northeast. This is huge for Shockwave. Look at their position out on the east side near San Martin. They're flexing out towards those hills. Kanina Power's their major danger right now. And they're all the way on the other side of these hills. Their west side is protected by it. Shockwave can push in a little bit further, force the fights to burn out on that south side, and potentially have a good game.
It's the worst circle shift here for Dagestan. There's no really easy rotational routes for them. Up towards that north side, they have to cross the field into Far Voice Gaming, head down towards that south side. They know there's going to be a ton of teams playing around Power Grid and the compounds in that area. So they have to make that difficult approach, get rid of Far Voice, and move in towards that northern portion of the map.
Flav is getting the res onto King. This is all the way out just to the east of Picardo. And they do need to get a move on, but the circle is fairly close. It's about 700 meters out from them. 699, just caught that in the top hand, right-hand side. Team Spirit, they continue to spot out Big Baby, and that's the second time they're taking a player out from them. But all of these points going over towards Team Spirit, goodness me, they're taking them away from the 3 teams beneath them. And in an area where the Eagles would be likely to pick them up as well. This is a really, really pivotal set of pickups coming through from Team Spirit. Remember, their boundary to getting a 12-point average for this tournament, which would be incredible, is 288.
Far Voice makes one of the weirdest plays I've seen in a while, as Dagestan and Far Voice just pass completely around one another. Marcio looking for these final players from Blue Team DX, but yeah, they just pass one another on the map on that north side. Far Voice Gaming thinking that crashing down towards Star is the best idea. It's so weird because Far Voice could have made this exact same rotation that Dagestan's trying to go for. Instead, do this, which leads to death.
For 2 of them, certainly so far, there's very little chance for them to be getting those 2 back up. But the other 2 have made it into this compound. With Semitana being there, the smokes are blooming, but the nades finally come through. Star Esports very confused, and I think we are too about this rotation.
Yeah,
just gonna watch this happening.
That could have been the big issue there for Dagestan, which is crossing paths with Far Voice on their rotate. And I think Dagestan makes the right choice to put stock in towards that north side of the map, as the Eagles take a knock onto Islam.
The Team Spirit are going to try and snap the jaws shut there. Shum launches a nade, and Far Voice Gaming not going down without a fight. Rolex knocked in the meantime as well by Team Spirit, by the way, and flushed away. Okay, Eagles starting to slow down. Jubba found, that's the 3rd player from the Eagles. Islam down, is that the Eagles out? They're out in 13th, 0 points. The chase has been ruined for them. What can Dagestan and Shockwave do? Because they're close to each other as well on the eastern side. Look at where Dagestan sit, where Shockwave sit on that east edge. that is going to be one hell of a fight, and it needs to conclude because the circle is shifted out west to them.
Yeah, it's a completely confusing game in the sense that Dagestan's second place might have just been saved because Far Voice doesn't know how to rotate in this circle, which is completely wild to me, but Dagestan can count their lucky stars on that one.
Well, they should certainly be. But Shockwave are right next to them on the eastern side. And Shifu draws first blood on that engagement over onto Gigi Zada.
So far in the back lines as well. You're not getting him back up again.
Everyone trying to hunker down in the middle of this circle. Satira finds Gigi Zada on the flush as well. Definitely not getting him back up now. That's another point into Dagestan, another player away from Shockwave.
That's wild. That is really, really not what I was expecting this game. And genuinely, this could be a second place, just gifted free off one bad rotate. Like, they legitimately just flew straight past one another. And in Far Voice's mind, they're laughing to themselves, like, why would a team rotate towards that north side? But, oh, dear me. That is unfortunate. But fortunate for Dagestan.
Certainly is. Team Spirit have been having a bit of a mare of it on the south side, but I think finally One for All do go down. 2 players remain, and more points for Team Spirit. They're 8 points shy now of their 12-point average goal, which would be quite monumental. They're almost 100 points ahead of Dagestan in second place.
Yeah, they have gone a little bit out of control as qualifiers. To be expected, though, I think everyone was sure that they would do this well. Canadian Power's got eyes on over towards Shockwave, who are just out in the open. I think Shockwave's days are slightly numbered. They would have liked to have that ridge side that currently Dagestan is playing, but have no legs to stand on versus them. Instead, have to force themselves even further in towards Kaya's position into the concrete.
Magnazada and Wandu getting on in. Jakey south on the road. Kaya, we've still got that vehicle just about giving him enough cover. But Shockwave have found themselves something. That's more than you can say for Dagestan right now, but the crash is imminent. They're going to have to roll in soon. What will they find?
Next circle on stage 5. Cut this one down. We start that massive ridge side towards the western side of the map where Asia Mix is currently playing from. We've got a split that looks over towards Canadian of that Powers position. You've got 777 on that northern edge too, but it's Keme and Lost who are holding down the fort for them.
There's that valley of death in the middle of this circle right now where Big Baby currently sit on the south side of it, and it's going to be such a prominent feature here. This split for Asia Mix, it looks kind of wild, but realistically, there's not too much danger for 777 at all in this scenario, unless Star Esports overwhelm this western point. I take that back. There's a lot of danger on that western side. They're already up towards that plateau.
Yeah, Default's already here. I haven't really spotted him. That's Team Spirit versus Brothers in Arms, though, who are rotating up towards that north side. Might be directly into Dagestan. Need to be aware of this happening because the circle's about to close and Dagestan will need to make their rotate soon.
This is a tournament-making rotate for Dagestan. They've got the 1 point, but that's only 10 points ahead of Shockwave that they sit right now. As they mount the hillside. Canadian Power, attention over towards Brothers in Arms, which is the same direction. So they do need to be worried. Canadian Power potentially able to slow this down. Default nade over towards Lost. Poker goes down, traded off for Lost. Default almost down as well. Immediately flushed away. The shots from Keme continue to put pressure on towards Star, who have been pushing up towards this Asia Mix position. 3 players now remain. Can Poker get rezzed here? No nades for Keme. Oh, he's been spotted from across the way. There's an off angle. I think Shum has it.
Keme's so low, and again, put a lot of stock over towards that north side of the map whilst not really trying to protect themselves from Star, who you've got to imagine the team was playing down towards the barn side, and Keme's just got bandies.
Has to fall off. Not even going to be allowed to do that, though. Default takes him down. On the west side, overwhelmed by the Star Esports crew. That high ground that sits overlooking everything else. They have full control of it now. Will they be able to do something over to the east side? Because as soon as they have to leave it, there is that massive valley that sits in between them and Kanina Power.
Kanina Power's got a very good chokehold over towards this location of the map. Really strong high ground to work with. I mean, Dagestan, the best thing for them would actually be for the circle to shift hard over towards that western side and force Kanina Power off that position so they can more comfortably rotate over the northern side of the map. But again, that's not only a case of it being good for them so they can rotate, but it does mean they have to rotate even further. If it shifts back this way, they can potentially play the game out to the late game, but it's going to get really uncomfortable because they're right on the edge.
Oh, but as he has the shots onto Magnum, yeah, you're not getting away from that. Unfortunate. Magnum cut out. That's now 2 players remaining. The best circle that could happen is whatever the worst circle is for Shockwave, I think, for Dagestan, rather. That is what they are hoping for, because right now they're on 3 players remaining after Magnum gets shut down, and nothing you can really do against Kanina Power's position. But what can you do against Shockwave? That is the big question. Those 10 points, they are ominous.
Yeah, a weird play there from Magnum, honestly, especially at this stage of the circle. I don't know if he was trying to retrieve a vehicle. That is nasty. Yeah, I think Dagestan are going out. They kind of have to make a quick raz over towards the north side of the map. That's their only option. There is a shack that they can play, and I think that's the only thing they can do. They have to be quick because they don't want to get sprayed down by Kanina Power.
But is Shockwave going to go out to here? They're going to have to push all to one side of their compound. They'll draw attention from Team Spirit on their south, as well as Kanina Power on their north. So potential danger for them to try and navigate. It's all down to this, really. This is a big shake-up for the tables. Kanina Power, they've taken a knock.
Yeah, not bad from start. Only one vehicle for Dagestan and Zadira. He should really go back and pick up Shifu, to be honest with you. I think he's just scouting whilst he can. Well, Shifu stays behind this ridge side, but he doesn't have a lot of time to do this. Circle's going to be pushing in soon. Needs to go retrieve his teammate.
Kanina Power, I mean, they're really committed to keeping Badusi up on that high ground, which means that Perks is going to have to be the guy getting close to it. Team Spirit go down. They got 10 elims this match, by the way. So they are now 8 points short of that 12-point average in the final game. We'll see if they can do that next time around. But the big story, of course, is Kanina Power. Are they going to hold out Dagestan? Because Dagestan have now found an opening on the northern side. Potential for them to change things up. Yeah, you can't get in there. Doors shut.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only really rotation that Dagestan could have made. And again, they could have made that with 4. I think Magnum was just looking for that 4th vehicle. But at that stage of the game, it just seemed really dangerous. I think at that point, you just have to hope that one of your teammates comes back to grab you. Though they did have 2 cars. So they could have made that rotate in 2 vehicles easily enough. Curious play there from Magnum, which might put a dent in their game.
And their tournament as well, remember. That chase is still on. Those dueling hilltops right now, as Star Esports still have a sliver of their ridgeline to control against Kanina Power. Shockwave spotted by Kanina Power on the south edge. Magnazada, main man, on the spot, goes down, and that is a spray towards Shockwave, brings them to 2. That is good news for Dagestan.
Shots over the way. I think that's on Asia Mix, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even some of the Star players. Yeah, Kanina Power has a pretty good read on this location from Dagestan, but does see awesome high ground.
He knows where Limbo Boom is. 100% knows where Limbo Boom is. Question is he going to be scoped in at the right time? Who's cooking that nade? I saw a little indicator. I think that might have been Shockwave. Oh no, potentially Woodson from Brothers in Arms. 2 players from Shockwave still yet to be able to move.
You can wrap round the headland here. That could be really good for Dagestan. Again, everyone's sort of forced to play out on this edge of the circle. We are getting our stage 6 coming through now, which heads over towards two big hills that are a feature of the final circle here. And Kanina Power has to move. Two players up against 3 from Dagestan here. Close with very nice oversight from Badusi, but he'll have to move at some point as well.
I'm interested as to where Star Esports go in the time being.
Oh, they're going down.
They need to descend, right? But the question is where and when. Do they go for Asia Mix, try and backfill there, stop Dagestan, or wait for Dagestan to make that move and then follow them in? It's a lot of decisions to be made for them. Looks like they're going to go try and sweep around to the north. There, they're descending in the background. You can see that fleet of vehicles rolling on in, and they want to go for Asia Mix. But can Dagestan capitalize on that? With the 3 players that they've got, there's definitely a third-party potential. They're going to go for it. Maybe they just get ahead of this game and allow Kanina Power to fight out from the high ground with oversight too. Star Esports, Asia Mix continue their brawl. The shots ring out back and forth. No one going down just yet. Take that back, because look at that. They put that one to bed. Asia Mix fall very, very quickly. Felt like there were 3 players and then there were none.
Yeah, Asia Mix just went down. I think it was just 2 players, no? I think 2 went down on the top of the ridge side. Dagestan has cleared away that vision from Kanina Power, but not before Perks just pick up that shot onto a shot was Shifu. He was lagging behind a little bit. There's been some odd pushes here from Dagestan towards this late game, and their competitors in Shockwave are still alive. So you got 2 from Dagestan, 2 from Shockwave. They're really not extending this lead very much, Dagestan.
Goodness me, they are giving us a show though. Oh, go on, Zadira. Yeah, 1v4. Have it. Get in there.
Well, this is a classic position to play inside the bush. You can get some pretty nasty backstabs from this locale. Zero comes over the top side with the nades, maybe looking to toss them over towards where Dagestan is playing.
Limbo Boom under pressure to the nade, doesn't take the damage from it. Will chill out for a second. Default from Star Esports. They took that compound convincingly. On the north side, Shockwave is still fighting in this match as well. They've just added another point. That is potentially crucial, but they're 2 players and they're outside of the circle. They've got to push through 17-15, who have 3 players alive. Nades up high. Coming in, that's from Star Esports, actually, down the hill. They're looking to push up.
Yeah, they're looking to cross into the zone that Kanina Power is trying to play, but the circle's going to push Kanina Power over this ridge side. Dagestan is essentially playing hide and seek now of every other team inside the lobby. 17-15 should have eyes on over towards Shockwave. So the real question is here, not if Dagestan goes down, it's when does Dagestan go down? Because Shockwave will be the other team to suffer.
17-15 taking damage. A Limbo Boom does fall. Star Esports are there. Just Zadira now remaining. He's quite central. He might be a little bit hidden. Can Shockwave push through with 17-15 as well on that south side? They're down 1 player. They're looking for that res, but they have managed to get it back up. Shockwave didn't strike while the iron was hot. They might still have the tempo on the fight, though, on the south edge. Can they find something? Can they move through these buildings? It is all up to this as well. The ramshackle, the shacks. Gentle goes low. Badusi with a huge high angle. Banner goes down, and Shockwave might just be allowed to get a little bit further. But step for step, Dagestan survive.
Yeah, Zadira in those bushes. He is on to live this one now. Out goes Shockwave, and Zadira makes it towards that top 3. That is massive. And Limbo Boom didn't try to move down towards him either. Did not want to give away his position. And he's still hidden. Star has not checked him.
Nade from Semitana onto Kanina Power. There was a lot of elimination points that were added to Shockwave's tally there. Huge nade over towards Kanina Power from Star Esports. They're playing as 4. Now it's just Perks from Kanina Power. This has been so brutal from Star Esports. Nice. He puts them down in the dirt. A 2nd place for Dagestan. Was Zadira hiding downstairs? Is he still in that brush? I think he might be. 1 versus 4. What do you got?
Yeah, I think right now what he needs to look for is just a single knock and a flush. That's what you want, ideally, to end the game out. Getting a 2nd place is massive for Dagestan. This was so important, and a really heads-up play there from Zadira.
How long can he stay here? Are Star Esports going to check this push? Surely. Surely they take a shot. Oh,
something
I think he knows. He definitely knows. He's like, go on, move, I dare you. Okay, there we go. Star Esports close it down. The high ground on the west side worked out well for them. And Dagestan stay alive for just a moment longer. But Shockwave got a lot of points. They went down very close by as well. A lot of eliminations for them. It is so close going into our final match. Eagles went down early, though, and there is a little bit more of an opening between them.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest here, I think now it's between maybe Shockwave as well as Dagestan. You can see Dagestan there got 7 points, Shockwave got 9, so they do maintain the lead, but not by a lot. Realistically, it was only those placement points that brought things back into the fold, but difficult rotates for Dagestan. Some mistakes made with Shifu remaining out in the open for too long, Magnum trying to move that vehicle when I thought it was totally unnecessary. I think they were trying to make those rotations as safe as possible when you didn't really need to. So unfortunate there, but incredible moments before we finish off the day here of our last game coming up at our angle. It's so close. Shockwave or Dagestan or do S Eagles have an outside chance with a big game when they need a big game?
Yeah, we'll see what they've got after the break.
Stop talking.
I am talking on stream, but I believe I was still muted on Discord, so you couldn't hear me. There we go.
No.
I was just bragging about the fact that 5th place Star Esports were over double behind Team Spirit.
Yeah, come on, man. You can't attack these teams too much. Playing against one of the best squads in the world over in Team Spirit. And these are all guys just coming in with the qualifiers. They're doing the best they can to make it up towards that top. I think Dagestan really is the benchmark for a lot of these teams at the moment. And even so, Shockwave has done a very good job. And look at that. Straight into the game. No messing around. Right here, right now. Last match of the day to see yourself into PMSL.
The last time the plane path will head over the grassy pastures for this season for plenty of these teams. Not for Team Spirit. We'll be seeing them again. I think this is one of the few times that it is mathematically impossible for Team Spirit not to qualify. So they are fully confirmed that nobody can, well, definitely not 2 people can overtake them, which is an insane metric to be able to achieve, given that each match, you can technically accrue, I think it's 70 points, right? The fact that you can't be beat in a single match is incredible. But Dagestan, Shockwave, S Eagles, all of these teams can and most likely will be beat. 2 out of 3 of them will be disappointed.
Yeah, just 7 points behind a Shockwave. And around about 21 points there for S Eagles. So honestly, that is just a decent chicken dinner they could get above. Again, for Dagestan, they really are cutting things to the chase here as they move to drop in S Eagles' position, in fact, in Primorsk.
Ooh.
And S Eagles drop out over towards apartments. I like that a lot. That is a gamble and a half, because that is not a hot drop coming through from Dagestan. That is an assumption that S Eagles are going to try and challenge them over in apartments. What a mind game coming through from Dagestan, and they get Primorsk all to themselves. Fantastic stuff there.
I will be so interested to know who made these calls and what they were thinking behind the scenes on both of these teams, because that is a statement from both of these guys. Where is Shockwave in all of this? They have challenge up in the north side. Look at that. Over in Severny, there's Strangers nearby.
This Strangers actually hot dropping on top of them. He could change things around for Shockwave, or just give them some free points. Who knows? We'll see.
Oh, wait, what? They've got Getso too?
Getso's here as well?
Oh my god.
3 squads?
Not like this. There's Burn on Jakey. Oh my god. This is... I mean, if there's a way to prove that you deserve it, it's here and now for Shockwave. They are grouped up. I think GG Zard is a little bit isolated in this building right now. This
is so sad.
This is really sad. Not glad. Literally, on the ground floor. Magnazada. He's got armor, he's got a helmet, he's got UMP. He's kitted for this fight. Stranger's not third partying, this is curious to me. I mean, they're probably aware that there's one team. They should have seen all 8 shoots, though.
Well, they don't need to, right? They can come in and clean up. There's no reason for them to get involved right now when the team is much closer. What they have to do is literally just get as looted as possible. They have one player close by feeding information back to the rest of the squad of when the fight takes place, because they'll see the knocks come through in the elimination feed. So this is quite smart from Strangers just to leave this one out. Again, I feel very sorry for the boys on Getso, for the boys on Shockwave. I'm astounded by the play Dagestan makes.
All 3 teams are having an interesting start to the match. Let's put it that way. Obito on the top floor window, doesn't spot it. Jakey nearly takes Not Glad down. The teams are extricating themselves from one another. It's lonely from Getso, who's still kind of entrenched in this fight. Not Glad with no helmet, can't really peek himself up there. The stunner to get back, but he can't find his way in. Oh no, needs to get in. The smoke's about to clear, but should be okay for now.
Hella blind there for a second.
Didn't know his doors from his windows.
Shockwave really do need to hold down the fort now. His Asian Mix versus Brothers in Arms. This is happening over towards Zaki.
Oh, Strangers to Ked.
Shot go in. Yeah, Ked goes down. Brett, nice shot from him. Does leave Getso now in a bit more of a panic situation. Backs against the wall, which does make them dangerous.
Strangers have moved up a lot further north. By the way, also on the southwestern side, Dagestan have a little scrap with Big Baby. I think they're not going to go fully into that. At the moment, the only chase team is S-Eagles, who's not in a fight. Lonely, jumping across, trying to get some more position against this team. This is getting bold with it. He's pushing away from Strangers. They've already lost Ked. He's into the building now. Wondu will hear this, so will the player upstairs. Wagner Zada takes a knock on the high ground. GG Zada stands up. There's a point. His teammates down, but can they keep it together? The healing is going to be really low. They haven't had time to loot up these meds. Getso down to 2. Strangers, they've moved 2 players into the settlement.
Getso's going to play really safe now. They know there's dangers off in the distance. 3-way drop here in Severny. Wagner Zada gets back up, as does Jakey, slowly healing their way back up to full. GG Zada does have a first aid kit.
Looks like there's some bandages being tossed around here too.
Yeah. But Strangers have had so much time to loot because they haven't been in this engagement, so likely we'll have nades, first aids, the armor to work with, probably more preferable weapons. And this fight has to conclude one way or another. I don't see Strangers just leaving us alone.
In the meantime, Dagestan are moving in on the southwest side. They're currently passing Gatka, potentially pushing in towards Ruins even. And Star at the moment have oversight on that rotation. You can see they're on top of Everest down to the southeast side. Dagestan have looked to move in a little bit closer. The standoff in Severny continues, but the Eagles are completely out of this fight. They're over in apartments. They're split on school as well. Big Baby, they're making a move over the north side instead. Both Big Baby and Dagestan were close by. Dagestan, are they looking for the Ruin split? I think they're trying to get back into the Ruin split that we've seen them play before, but 8-8 Academy might have one side of it.
Yeah, already making their way in. I think 8-8 Academy currently holds Castle, which is a big position to hold inside Ruin, so instead they just back off and will remove themselves. Post up towards the compound that sits underneath Everest. I think that's a fair move. Very central still.
No one encampment to the north of the river, really. You've got Asia Mix and Brothers in Arms, but they've just been scrapping a lot, I feel like. They're just having fun at this stage. I mean, why not? You're towards the bottom of the tables. Have a little bit of a giggle over on the North George situation, but nobody else is really north of the river other than Severny standoff.
Which is massively slowed down as Getso went into panic. Ooh, Kanina Power, find Devil from S-Eagles. Don't wonder if they haven't got the confirm yet. Seems to be in some kind of cover, but they are rushing this.
They want to pour on in, but they've drawn short. Kanina Power not really going in. The Eagles are regrouping. This is over on the east side of the circle. Out east of Rozhok, Kanina Power pushing past Yasnaya and into this situation. See, they found these shots as well. Zero. On the off angle there on the east side, you can see that Severny situation not getting any easier. The res not even yet in for the Eagles. They should be getting it any moment now, though. You can see how they are on the east side. Where's this next circle going to go?
Waiting for that shift. Getting one knock and one flush onto Shockwave. 2 knocks, in fact, found. That is and another.
Oh, no.
I think Shockwave's done.
They might be done and dusted.
It's Getso, in fact, to take them down a Beto.
In the meantime, Asia Mix trying to push in on the northern side. Silence is there. And they take them down. That is Brothers in Arms out. But what is going on over in Severny? Goodness me. Shockwave down to 1 player. 1 lifeline. Can Dagestan stay alive? Outlast this one. A nade in from Brett, and Strangers are still here. Goodness me. It's all coming to a head for Shockwave on the north side. Getso out.
Strangers finishes up Getso, but with Shockwave having 1 player, this game is all but done for them. And Shockwave will unfortunately be going down right at the last hurdle to a 3-way split drop. A really unfortunate way to end their run, considering they've had some very good games this tournament. And they've played their hearts out. And to come down to a 3-way hot drop, I wonder who they annoyed.
Team Spirit trying to push through one for all now. Black with a nade onto Nomi, potentially. Goes a little bit long. Effect got some healing done. And he has to back off the window. They know he's deeper into this building. A nice bounce on that one, and it finds it perfectly on the mark. Nomi knows these halls better than he knows his own home sometimes. Flavius, nade over the side, but there's someone waiting in hay bales. It's Kitsune. The one for all are down. Shockwave, they are still surviving. I mean, to be fair, there's potential that Strangers don't realise there's still one player alive after wiping a squad.
I think they'll know from the elimination feed that came out. Do find Strangers, and Monkey will finish off Shockwave, and that's them out in 13th place, 1 point found, and Dagestan still sits firmly in 2nd place. And now the only people that can catch up to them is S-Eagles with a strong game. 167 points so far. Kanina Power has their number, though, knows roughly where they are, and they are in a tough position of the map right now. Dagestan decide to move further out towards that western side, keep themselves nice and safe.
They know that, 5 points might just be enough at this stage to keep them safe in, so they really don't need to get too aggy with it. But on the flip side, you lose a lot of power. You don't play in how you used to. You can go down earlier than maybe you expect, especially given the fact that they are so close to Team Spirit, who, by the way, 4 points shy right now of their 12-point average on the tournament.
Yeah, crazy tournament so far from Team Spirit. All eyes on S-Eagles and Dagestan. Dagestan takes up the northwest compound that sits just above Gatka. We're about to get our next shift on the circle. Again, really sad end for Shockwave. Didn't see that one coming. Circle heads up towards that northeast side, though, giving S-Eagles a bit of a chance here. I'm feeling this is more and more going to come down to other teams taking out Dagestan's rivals than anything, because that is a tough rotate they've got to make through the field, and a lot of the playable space has already been picked apart by teams in this side of the circle. As soon as the Academy got to ruins earlier on, Dagestan had to split.
And Team Spirit, they've solved how to play these splits now in this lobby. We saw them getting punished for it in strange ways at the start, but they've established their position on the southwest side. Can they hold Dagestan? Will they draw them short, lock them in at that 188 mark? Or will Dagestan punch through, prove themselves worthy? I think they already have, but they're going to be tested once more. Kanina Power trying to hold off Far Voice Gaming. It starts off well with a knock over to Ironhouse. No response either. Lidossi moving through, staying safe from the nades. Bombardment ineffective up to the high ground position. They're launching nades back in on their own, but there's a cook here. Needs to burst right outside the window. Just a little bit long on that one there. That bank looked okay. We're not going to find anything either. Far Voice Gaming still with 3.
Insane stuff. Kanina Power, though, getting some more airbursts out the window. Lidossi looks for the shotgun spray out the window as well, and it's perfectly lined up. Really, really well done.
Kanina Power remove Far Voice Gaming for the final time. They end up on 69 points. Nice.
Beautiful stuff. Finishing off there, Far Voice Gaming. They tried to get as much as they done, and they certainly had a voice into this tournament, but just wasn't a very loud one.
It's pretty far away. It's unfortunate. Dagestan, they're taking shots. They're able to rack up an elimination, maybe 2. They've got 2 points on the cards blank, and every single point will matter because Eagles are in a central position. They are right in the middle of this one, the south edge of ruins, and they've got a lot of control here. It is a big potential game for the Eagles right now with the position they hold.
Massive opportunity for the Eagles here, over on that east side. Sat in the rolling hills around that location. Strangers removing the members from Asia Mix, but there is a side swipe angle from Keme. Strangers might just get cut out on this crossing. Pan the head to Dennis. Oh, sad.
Oh dear. That is unfortunate. Not what you want to see. The Strangers, the death dealers to Shockwave's hopes and dreams, look like they are going to come crashing down around the bridge, or at least stuck in the quagmire of Asia Mix over on that north edge. Next circle. Team Spirit still on a long spread on the south side. We're going up north, though. Back over. That castle split would have been huge for Dagestan, but they're not there anymore. They are denied it, and 8-8 Academy instead hold that mantle.
Hey, Academy have a very strong spot, Splot on the map, we'll say, for themselves to play from and on Ruin's side. A really, really good split that you can play off the back of. True Monkey. Never going to tell who's alive on that team. They're all on red HP. That is crazy stuff.
And the rest of them are going to go down. I'm pretty sure, no, they aren't going to survive. No, Tree's in. Okay, he's thriving. Tree's alone. Eagles with a fight. Rolex nade in towards 1715. Launching it over the top. If they defend this north point, they have a route in towards the ruins. Phantom now under pressure from Rolex. He spots it out with the nade. And a careening Dagestan make their way past, but they're in the crossfire. Danger for Dagestan now, as Eagles can look to take them down, but they're just going straight on through. No one's taken them down just yet. How have they managed to make this happen? Blank, Dagestan might have just made their tournament.
I mean, it's been two defining rotations from Dagestan from our last game into this one. They have to live it out in the bunkers, though, and that is the difficulty. But AA Academy, such a passive team, they didn't even bother to take shots over towards Dagestan. They just let them in with the doors wide open.
I'll tell you what, you can't be doing that in PMSL, even if you do qualify Dagestan. That is a death sentence if you're facing off against some more bold teams, but...
You find Ragnar as well.
You take the points where you can get him. You know, you just get those. Magnum does get knocked in response to a nade. He is quite far away from the rest of the roster. So a difficult rescue mission if they want to even commit that far. Because they put 3 points up on the board. They're on 191, which leaves S Eagles a little bit far behind. I think they're now 24 points behind.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult here for S Eagles. Like I said, they need to have a large game here. Magnum is getting blasted away as Rodri searches for him. Zadira and Limbo Boom trying to keep their teammate alive.
Doing pretty well on it right now. Zadira might just make the dash.
That's a good molly.
That is a huge molly to secure this one. You know they're not going to peek this. 88 Academy, I mean, Rodri down low, they know if he goes down, he's completely dead, so you cannot risk going for that push in this scenario. He's just going to play backstop, stop Dagestan from getting closer to that high ground. Playing off the vision that they have on that high ground means that he can just play on this wall. Just take a back foot, take a chill pill, allow them to hold the southwest side.
Yeah, already having 3 eliminations is great for them. Good spray from Shifu. And S Eagles are really staying out of this game as much as possible. Perks goes down. Kanina Power dropped down to just 2 players, I believe. 5 elims is this game. But S Eagles haven't done enough. They are so far outside of the zone. And they're not going to have a lot of advantage on this one. 17-15, Dagestan, 88 Academy all have prio space. A central shift over towards the central part of the map. Maybe S Eagles can move through, but only just now is Rolex looking to move up and scout.
As soon as these placement points start rolling in for Dagestan, it is curtains. S Eagles squad need them to go down now. They need a 14 elimination chicken dinner as it is to beat them out. If they cannot do that, if they cannot get rid of Dagestan, allow them placement points, it just is going to go up and up and up and further away from the clutches of those talons.
So difficult for S Eagles now. And again, for Dagestan, they just made such a good rotate here, such a good decision at the start of the match.
Okay.
Fantastic shots there from Budussi, who has been pretty on point this entire tournament of Kanina Power. But yeah, Dagestan just made such a great decision at the beginning of the match to drop in Primorsk, and also have just made great rotations from there onwards. And again, you've got to remember, that's the place they don't typically play on the map. A lot of this is very much winged at the moment. You know, they're not flying how they would usually go here. They've had to make an alternate route, bit of a detour, you could say, and they're still making it work. Shot over towards 88 Academy in Tokyo with the circle, now pushing 88 Academy out from Castle is devastating. Ooh. And the nade to finish him off.
And that's now 15 elimination chicken dinner that's needed for S Eagles squad. Every time they pop up, it is another strike to the gut of the Eagles. And the door slowly creaking its way closed.
Yeah. And for your S Eagles, you had to have a pop-off game. You couldn't start slow. You had to crash people. You had to get those elimination points, but they had nothing to lose here in this match, and they've just done nothing with it.
Team Spirit, in the meantime, still keep on going. 2 points shy now of their 12-point average. They want to add one more on, see if they can get the rest out of Star Esports. Kisune up, Matic in danger. Default goes down. That's 2 knocks that they found. If they convert them, that is 12-point average. They need a little bit more, though, because Sematena on the outside. Nomi knows where he is. That nade looks good, but it goes long. The cook is good, but there's an answer, and they get lit up on the sidelines. 6 eliminations, soon to get to 7. Matic has been knocked, but they should be able to res that up. Can the backline hold on? Just Poker remains. As there's the roll down. 8-8 Academy eliminated. 5 now eliminations for Dagestan. That's 16 elimination chicken dinner needed for the Eagles.
And with 23 players remaining, right? You remove the 4 players from S Eagles, you're down to 19. They have to get 16 out of the 19 remaining eliminations available in the lobby. I think it's over. I think it's done. And I think Dagestan, off the back of some very, very strong positions, some good rotates, and highly smart gameplay, have secured themselves that second place. It has felt squeaky, but yeah, I think at this point they have secured it. This has been unreal. And a really fun qualifiers to watch. More fun than I expected it to be.
With the placement points as well that will be earned by Dagestan for finishing at least here. And if they get another one onto Kanina Power, I mean, that is definitely it. Dagestan have done enough. They've made their way in. They can put their phones down at this point. As we have our 2 top spots. Team Spirit are struggling more than maybe I expected here against Star Esports. They have managed to get that 8th point, which confirms them as a 12-point average team, which is incredible. Of course, we're looking forward to seeing them in the PMSL at EMEA. A nade around the corner, and another shot from the DVS on the inside. They can pick themselves back up and hold their heads high. Let's see if they can shut it down with another chicken dinner.
I think they just want 300 points, really. That's what they're looking for. 300 points over 4 days is impressive. Dagestan do have a sideswipe, though, with Shifu, and nade's coming in over towards Team Spirit. A lot of teams have eyes on. It's one of the only fights that's been popping off for quite a while now. Yeah, S Eagles just played this game too slow. I think they were caught off guard by the fact that Dagestan weren't there in apartments. They were like, what's going on? Now watch this back, and they were like, they went to our drop spot. What?
Imagine. It could have been such a different match as well. We're in 5th place, and there just aren't enough points left in the lobby. Team Spirit, they obviously know. They've known for a long time that they are not going to be assailable in that top spot. I kind of want Eagles to win it now. Just so they can fall 1 point short or 2 points short, something like that.
That's me.
Yeah.
Shifu finding Matic, though. Looking for a confirmation on it. They're just trying to pump up those elims as best they can. I think they realise that at this point in the top 5, they've done fairly well. And even S Eagles should know at this point that they haven't done it, with only 1 elimination at this stage in the game.
Ooh, that bounce is crucial. There's the answer. 3 over, 1 back, and it's a desperate trade for them. 17-15. Doing bits. Tornado finally goes down. That felt like it was a long time coming. Another one in. Dagestan clashing with Team Spirit out on the western side. The 2 qualified teams at the moment. Looks like Dagestan actually have the better end of this deal. Kisune down as well. Another knock sent back. Eagles desperately chasing, but do they know that their jig is up? Just 1 player left for Team Spirit out on the western side in a 1 versus 2. And Matic is still going. If there's someone who can do it, it's this guy.
Yeah, Matic does not give up easy. Sadiro finally puts down the Mad Beast. And now S Eagles look to push in over towards 17-15. Banners up front. Will find one, but not before he's taken down. A nade sent in, but does not do enough damage.
Tornado is down. Just the 1 player to handle. They'll do it. 4 eliminations found. Dagestan up on the high ground, playing with 2. Eagles with 4. Blue Tiam on the south side with 4. But there is nothing left in the tank. Team Spirit end their run 5 points shy of 300. But they are breaking records with those averages. That is an incredible performance. And it's all down to the last 2 days for Team Spirit. Yeah. They have done so much in these last 12 matches, which we weren't seeing in the first 12. It was a little bit worrying, to be honest, but I needn't have worried at all.
I mean, 5 points shy of 300. Matic comes off Gladiators, but that's fine because there's Spartans in our hearts during this match. It has been incredible to watch Team Spirit return from grace, right? It's so good. But now we're looking at Dagestan, 2 players versus their direct rivals in S-Eagles who get the circle, but it just doesn't matter anymore. This is about pride. And S-Eagles who tried to catch out Dagestan, catch them off guard. They had their shields up the entire time and they've been thinking clearly.
The Phalanx has held. Brothers side by side will make it work for Dagestan. They're rolling on down a victory lap. On the south side, they're on the chase. And maybe gonna crash straight into the Eagles back line. Okay, Zadira getting an off angle. Hops out for spotting 1. Isn't going to get sprayed down here. Not so easy. South side rotate. They're playing them on the switcheroo. A roll up for 2. Zadira to face.
I mean, take shots at them and they take a ton of damage. Almost gets the section. Does knock both of them. If S-Eagles go down here to the 2 players from Dagestan, it will be so silly. Juba moves up, as does Devil. It's too little too late. Shifu's moving in. Is he 1v4ing right now?
He's spraying around the corner. Godzilla finally stops him in his tracks, but Zadira's on the outskirts. Can he stop his teammate from getting flushed? He's crashing straight on in. He's low. No way he survives this. He's on the north side of the compound. Maybe an exposed. No. Will finally fall. Dagestan drawn to a close. Did they break 200? I think with the placement points, they did manage to get over that 200-point mark. But there's just not enough points now, and the Eagles again. Are they going to get up even to 3rd place at this stage? I think with the placement points, no, they're still 11 points behind as it sits. They are going to need a little bit more. They're going to need that chicken dinner if they want that 3rd place.
It's too passive, and this is how they played out a lot of their matches where they got their big wins. It was for some crazy rotates that didn't make sense a lot of time, where they were able to catch other teams off guard, but they have just gone fully into just this super passive wolf pack mentality. But that doesn't get you the elims. It does not get you the elims. And now S-Eagles look to finish out their game. They have the outside track, but it's just 2 players after a great spray down from Zadira.
Down in the grass. They've been eating dirt for a while. They're not going to stop now. Juba up onto the rock. He's got the run out, but they also have the center of this circle. There is a potential for them to take the chicken dinner. I said I wanted to see it. I want to see them win, but lose at the same time.
So cruel.
Yeah, that's true. Incredibly cruel.
Blue Team TX, I think their problem is that playing this position, they have to flex out. It's not like S-Eagles have to move off of their hard cover. Godzilla tries to get an angle, does force out the shots from Juba, and Morris almost gets the hit.
Pushing forwards.
Oh, no way. Is he going to get a double run down?
1 down and a second as well. He's giving them the hippity-hoppity, but he's going to have to stop it right now because Devil, he's going to put him down with a DBS. Needs some healing done, though, because no gyros here for the spray. Nades are pouring in. They know with the angle that he's on. Desperately healing on up. Look at that move in as well from Morris. The nade goes long, tags damage. They have another. The smoke plumes. Needs to put one out, but it's not going to happen. It is Blue Tiam that take it away from the Eagles at the end, but they'd already lost it all because Dagestan held strong. They broke that 200-point barrier and joined Team Spirit at the PMSL EMEA.
Really fantastic tournament, honestly. A very, very fun qualifiers. So much more action-packed for qualifiers, and this felt really hard fought for. I still am devastated for Shockwave. That 3-way split over in Severny just felt like it was uncalled for. It was mean. It was cruel. Yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes. And Dagestan managed to put up a lot of points on that game, even from a tough position. Again, the switcheroo with the drop spots was so cool. But let's take a look at our overalls here, see how things panned out at the end. With Team Spirit obviously in first place, 295 points, but Dagestan do join them on the 200 points club, 204 there in second place.
You know what's wild? You take away all of their placement points, Team Spirit still qualified.
Yeah,
that is
easily
insane. 200 points on Elims alone. They were out for blood over the last 2 days. They have been brutal. There is absolutely no question that they deserve this spot. The question for me, though, is can Dagestan find something else in the PMSL EMEA? I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them for the upcoming season. I hope you guys are too, because it is a team that has shown some decent rotational play.
Yep.
It's definitely a roster full of names that will threaten for that position. Obviously, you've got organization names that have been long-standing in PUBG Mobile esports, like Kanina Power, who are going to be looking to try and put the hurt down, and 88 Academy, who were able to achieve. They acquired SBG's slot from the previous season, and hopefully able to put up commensurate results for the prestige that they've been given, adding those 6 points to their tally.
Yeah, I think that when you do look at this qualifier, it's filled with really, really strong teams, honestly, which you'd be sort of surprised about, I think, looking at this one. And I think that, you look at some of the squads here, and I think it's a direct impact from the fact that we only have 4 PMSLs now, so it's no longer a case of having a lot of these teams over towards just the actual split itself in terms of the season. Now a lot of them are just battling it out to get into that season in the first place. Nasty little shift down towards that southwest side to start things off for our games, and also Asia Mix do take a little bit of a knock.
Yeah, over on that northwest side, you can see just in the North George reaches there, things getting a little bit tricky for Asia Mix as they lose one of their players. Unfortunate for them. Circle down all the way south. Now, teams are going to start to condense around Quarry, maybe even swing around through their military base. Looking for more hot drops, though, because this is kind of where you expect to see it, right? I'm looking over at Lipovka. It looks like, Team Spirit, they might have just found themselves a point, and that's Kanina Power to take one of their players down early. That's good news.
Yeah, this is a pretty intense landing for a lot of teams over towards the eastern side. I mean, Yaz is taken up, Lipovka's taken up. So Team Spirit dropped dead in the center of literally everything here in terms of the squad. So they'll have to get out of dodge pretty quickly, find themselves a hole. I'm not going to do it. They're just taking names, though. Okay.
Right, they want a little bit more. 2 points already for Team Spirit. They're up to 12, and they are leading the charge. Look at that high-flying buggy. far Voice Gaming, but not to be able to peek over that ridgeline. Team Spirit maybe on the hunt for more along their ridge, but they still got to get a little bit further west, so if they're pushing out to that south side, it is in pursuit.
It seems pretty bold start, let's put it that way, for Team Spirit. Again, I don't think they really dropped on anything in particular other than just the vehicle itself. Maybe a byproduct of the plane path, honestly, because they do like to start over towards farm side on that split, so they are making their way down there now. Most teams have given them a wide berth in that situation, but not wide enough, apparently.
Not quite just yet. That is, that's talent, that's skill. Knowing what sort of area of the map you control, right? That is a very important part of professional play at this level. Team Spirit handing out an education so far in our first match. Dagestan and chilling over by school, by apartments as well. They're going to have to leave by the time that this circle starts to close. They are quite close to the edge of it, but the ground in front of them pretty treacherous with Pachinki down to that southwest side. That route out pretty hair and scare. 8-8 Academy will be trying to push out from Rozhok on a similar rotation, close by to Dagestan, so potential danger there across those headshot hills.
When we're looking at 8-8, this is obviously okay for them to be playing this one with Dagestan underneath down towards their south side, because they control the high ground, right? So I think this is comfortable enough. It does sort of alter some of the southern rotations, though, right? That's kind of the difficulty for them, where heading down towards that south side, slightly more rough, knowing you'll have to go through Dagestan. Dagestan doesn't have bad players on them at all. I think some of the players on that squad are fairly strong. Shifu's still knocking around too, so that's nice to see. So I do think for Dagestan, they're a strong team, and they need to be respected somewhat. Over on towards Getso Esports now, and just having a look where they are on the map currently. I can find them.
South by Eric here currently.
Oh yes, they are. It's because I saw one and I was like, oh, they're down there.
Yeah,
but no, Getso Esports in Ferry Pier, very tight knit actually.
Yeah, quite close together. They're not really extending a lot of influence, which, I mean, you would see potential branches out. At this point, they should probably have finished looting as well. So they shouldn't need too much more going on. So now, hopefully, they start to flex out a little bit, maybe take control of some of the hills further north. But given how central Ferry Pier is in the circle, maybe they're worried the teams are going to crunch on them really, really quickly. I don't think they can stand up to it. I think these early phases of this qualifier specifically are going to be really interesting to see how teams want to put across their personality, right? To define who they are as a team in terms of, you know, what sort of strengths and weaknesses they have, but also their stylistic components. And I'm going to be looking out to see who's got that in the bag.
I will say, for one thing, Getso Esports does feel like a little bit of a misplay for me, just in terms of the amount of looting time they've had in Ferry Pier. Yes, it's extremely central. There's not a lot of good rotational paths from this position. I think for Getso Esports, even just pushing up over towards the woodland area over on their north could not be a bad idea, because right now, if any team does come over towards that northern edge of them, they are penned in. And there's plenty of compounds to be taken over on that northern side. We know the circle's going to crunch in further towards that northern edge of the circle anyway, because there's so much water in it. So yeah, for Getso Esports, feels odd. And again, you can see that plays sort of, all that point sort of backed up with the way the Team Spirit's currently playing, because they're edging in really carefully on that eastern side. And again, that is what happens in a qualifier like this, is that teams that have played at the highest levels of Pubg Mobile often give a little bit too much respect. But I'm actually okay with that from Team Spirit, personally, because I think this is a team that does make some blunders here and there, so I'd rather them be respectful like this than anything else.
Also, it's a great opportunity for them to sort of drill things, right? To drill maneuvers, to drill their qualification into the league main, right? So it's going to be a great chance for them to be able to do that in a competitive environment. 17-15 GR currently holding out again, very central. This is one of those compounds to the north that very clear that we're talking about playing just out to the northeast of it, and teams are starting to crunch in there. It is very notable how small of an area teams are comfortable holding when you compare it to top-level global play, right? Teams are much, much more keen to stick very, very close together. You can see all four of these players in this one compound and not really doing too much more than that. They're allowing a lot of teams to stay close by to them, which in general means that it's very hard to leave your positions in the future.
Yeah, I don't mind this spot too much from 17-15. I think it's not bad at all, just in terms of, like, they have this compound they can hold. They have the backside of them over towards the western edge. You can see there on the map, covered off by quarry. It is sort of I'm locked in location, right? I think that's fair to say. But I think that where it is currently in the circle gives them a lot of control. Now, again, if we look down towards that south side where Getsu's playing, they've been penned in now, and this is what we talked about earlier. Team Spirit takes the northern woodland. Getting out from this location now is going to be pretty difficult for them. So, yeah, it's some mistakes been made at the start here that I can see.
Stranger up on the north side, trying to cross to the east of Georgia Bowl, but Brothers in Arms are kind of in the way, and in the way of themselves as well. Decide to ditch the buggy, jump into the car. Bright red like an apple. He's going to take a bite out of that rotation.
Let's have a look at some of these teams over towards that western side. You've got Asia Mix currently coming in from that northern edge. They lost a player early on. A lot of teams have lost one single player early on in the game here. And 17-15 is actually doing a fairly good job to just pressure teams around them. I like that a lot from that team. Just making sure teams don't get too close. They don't want players sidling around on the fields around them. They want to force them into quarry, which is going to be a hot spot in terms of players' locations. So yeah, I'm actually very impressed so far with 17-15's play, considering where they were on the map at the start as well.
Managed to make decent headway. Still on the lock-in, but we'll see how much further they can survive. Brothers in Arms clashing now with 8-8 as Woodson tries to hold off against an immediate crash, steps out, and there's the shotgun. You're not going to last too long under that pressure. Woodson going down, goes 1-for-1 on the trade, 8-8 down to 3. They managed to take one out of the mix as well in their opponents. Marcio very, very low there for Brothers in Arms, and going to want to try and get away with that. Last player standing on their roster.
Yeah, fairly aggressive rotation, to be honest with you, over on this northern side. I think a lot of teams were wanting to make this western rotate away from where all the players landed on the eastern side, so it ended up having this massive traffic jam. Shockwave is one of the only teams that decided that they were just going to wander through Gatka, and there's not a single team playing around here. So if we do get a northeast shift, Shockwave's in a fantastic position to capitalize on top of that. So yeah, very, very nice stuff. And it's also good to see Wagnerzada back in the game. Great name, love saying that one. Matic is down though.
Oh, it's the classic. Just dodge that buggy though, and the rest of the team, they're just going to be taking shots at a distance. They've actually lost Nomi as well. Team Spirit over on the east side here. We were talking about their respectful approach. It looks like there's a complete lack of respect from S Eagle's squad, and they are chasing these down now. Effect trying to get on the bike, turn it around, but spun out, and S Eagle's squad continue this pressure. This is excellent stuff from them over on the eastern side. Looks like Team Spirit caught completely unawares. It's just going to be the one player left for them.
Yeah, they had a 2-2 split basically, and I think the problem with the 2-2 split there is it's very easily capitalized off the back of. There's not a huge amount of cover to work with, so they failed to identify the Eagles coming in from that eastern side early enough. That buggy is destroyed. Still going though, churning through the sand.
Getting his way out. Nades traded now. Over towards the middle as Team Spirit lose their last player. Out first. Okay, that is definitely not what we expected. Hard west shift, this north side starting to crunch in now, and Orm has been acquired by Stranger though. And they'll want to try and keep everyone else at bay, but in the meantime, Asia Mix have managed to rotate a little bit further south. Remember, they have lost a player, so they're playing as 3. And on this northern side, it's kind of all but over for 8-8 Academy, with just the one player remaining. They're on the long side, and a lot of teams waiting in the grass for them to make a move. Actually has been left alone, so Tokyo maybe has a little bit of life left in him.
Yeah, can maybe just hold on for a little bit longer, potentially play placements, but hard to do that when you're fully on the northern side of the circle and you still got a few teams to make your way through the back of. It's 17-15. They did take a knock here, and again, this is purely off the back of the fact that they have been assaulted from so many different teams, but they made a very quick rotation over towards the center of Quarry here. Again, it was sort of crazy they were able to make this happen, but I think they realized that their position those compounds down the low ground, just not a good idea to be sat around there for too much longer.
Spray downs now and a potential crash coming through for Getso. They're trying to leave their very clear position out to the west. Big Baby on the hold. 3 players alive, and they're able to find the first and actually find almost everyone. Obito now the last player to stand for Getso. 2 players in for Big Baby, and they will be able to get Dennis back up most likely. The question is, can they fend off this approach? Because look who's coming on the north side. It is the Giant Slayers themselves. S-Eagles will be looking to try and fly on in, swoop down and gobble up that prey, but there's a south pincer as well. It's coming in through Blue Time DX on that south edge, trying to leave from Primorsk.
Goodness me, so much action happening at the moment. Sort of crazy. Far Voice Gaming do go down in 15th place now, so down to 14 teams, but hugely centered up around Quarry. One for All, one of the only teams that actually had a central position towards the start of the game and sort of capitalized off the back of that one. They held on the northern side of Quarry, understanding there's loads more compounds and areas to play on that south side. So they isolate the one position that's going to give them access to the northern side of the map, as well as give them time to play on that north edge whilst taking pot shots down towards teams on the south. So I like that from One for All. It worked out well, but it is just a ton of players all stuck on this south side of the circle.
Rough, and there's a hard west shift again. Keeping that Quarry on the east side is a major factor that puts teams like 17-15 GR in a pretty sticky spot here, because we were talking about how they were locked in, so their transition is going to be interesting to watch from that east edge. I'm also looking at S-Eagles squad, who've been on the warpath and they've managed to accrue 3 points for it. How are they going to fare on their southward swing?
As you see, this circle has been all over the place this game, John. Now moving over towards that western side, and you've got Stranger, who are sat on that western edge. They do only have 3 players, but good compound to control. Tokyo's still in the game, managed to just edge his way down over towards that western plateau, which will keep him safe for quite a while, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes into a top 7 from that position. Canina Power playing their game very slow on the southeast. 17-15 continues to leapfrog through the map.
Okay.
One for All lets it happen.
They cut straight through the center of Quarry from their compound, and that transition, I don't think I expected that. I thought they might have swung south past S-Eagles squad, but no, they've gone straight down through the low ground. The difficulty they have now is getting up the other side of Quarry, right, with teams on their north, like you were talking about. One for All has that oversight from the north edge, and also from the south side as well. You've got a lot of pressure coming through on that edge. It's going to be very difficult to move past Star Esports, and they're kind of locked in again. So maybe they like playing in these locked in positions, but it's going to be tricky nonetheless. Canina Power may have had the same idea, but it's not going so well for them.
Yeah, thriving in the claustrophobia. General was left behind from 17-15. You can see right here, has a nade and look to lob it downstairs. Maybe get a bit of tag damage off, but no. Just leave him to it. This position is fairly doomed. I can sort of understand why he takes it up, because it gives some cross angles over towards the rest of his squad who are just sat inside the warehouse. But yeah, he's going to have a rough time of it now. There's a lot on his shoulders to win this fight. It is a 2v1, so very possible.
Power taking a slowdown as well. If he's got some nades, if you've got that oversight, the staircases are a little bit more treacherous. There's window shots that can go through, but they've got nades of their own. Canina Power have to step out to get them in, though, as Gentle has a smoke bloom right on the rooftop there. Gives a little bit more run out. A nice high nade up through the staircase, but not really finding anything. In the meantime, Dagestan swell in on the south. This fight does just keep getting harder and harder for the player upstairs.
Yeah, General's in a pretty tough spot. But luckily for him, he is playing on the 3-story, so there's plenty of positions where he can juke around the grenades. That will require some skill, though. A little bit of finesse from this guy, let's be honest. But I do think that right now he's taking quite a subtle approach with the smokes, keeps banging out these nades. I think that was the third one now gone for Kanina Power. Drops a nade down. That's massive, actually. Might do a lot of damage, but didn't quite cook it long enough. No first aid kits, though, so this is difficult.
Bandage central here for Gentle. As he gets lit up from the crossfire there. Zero goes down, and they're going to have to hunker in and get this res. Shockwave have moved in on the north edge, so there's two teams now with full oversight onto this angle, and I don't think Gentle gets out of this. The question is, what damage can he inflict on his path? Oh, hang on a minute, take it back. He's going for one. Traded off. I thought he might have had it there, but Kaya able to just about sneak the shots in, and that is the end of Gentle. Circle closes on the west side of Quarry.
Yeah, tough game there. I think the boys in 17-15 did their best job they could. The problem came with the fact that Gentle just had not enough to deal with the guys there on that side. Some good nades. That first grenade he sent down the stairs, if he just cooked it a little bit longer, that could have been devastating for the two players underneath. Might have got the initial knock into the second flush. But you never know. It's how these things do go. So now they've lost that off angle on the eastern side. 17-15's made a ton of noise from that warehouse as well whilst trying to support Gentle. So One For All as well as Star should know their location. So getting out from that warehouse, like you said earlier, John, very difficult.
Tricky manoeuvres now, but they've got a slice of peace for the time being. Dagestan want to get rid of the rest of Kanina Power. Shockwave do as well. Once that happens, it'll be a little bit easier. That nade connects with Zero. The spray down as well. Dagestan light up for a point, and now they can start to shimmy southwest with the rest of Kanina Power. Well, just the one player of Kanina Power, actually, moves a little bit further west as well onto that low ground. Shockwave are making a break. They're trying to use some cover as well. Kanina Power have one player left and make that none, because Wandu able to put the final nail in the coffin. Shockwave break west.
For Shockwave, this has been a tough push for them. Obviously, they took that northeast side. We had this nasty western shift. So, although they had a ton of space to play with and they weren't in too many fights, so many locations around Quarry have already been taken up early. Stranger might just get the best end of the stick here purely because they've been outside of the fight for so long, which does make their life pretty easy, right? And again, like I said earlier, 8-8, you got Tokyo over towards that north side. He's just living. There's absolutely no one to assault him right now.
Nade over the top from S-Eagle's squad over towards Star Esports. They've already got the knock. Those two look pretty good, but they don't quite make it the right side of the sandbags there. Another one from Rolex. As he cooks it up, that's good for one, and a knock as well. Default down, and this is an excellent opening. S-Eagle's squad on a tear this match. Rolex leading from the front.
Yeah, I mean, Rolex has been in the game for a long time. It's just surprising to see him have such a massive effect right now over in the Eagles. Great nade from him again, straight through the warehouse. They do need to get back a little bit before that nade did a huge amount of damage. That might have been absolutely horrific if they didn't get out of the way in time. And Shum with the DBS.
Has the one on the corner, holds well, has the teammates to back him up, but doesn't need it. Goes for the shotguns, misses the third. That was a crucial knock that was missed there. With two players on the inside, there was a chance, but now they can step out, fully suppress this corner, but he's doing a lot of damage here. Two players very low, doesn't have any first aid, doesn't look good with the meds. Now he's stepping forwards, wanting to change things up, but doesn't have the ordnance to do it either. With a nade that could change things, but he's just keeping this pressure on as it slowly fades away from him. Star Esports missed their chance, but Dagestan hit the mark and take the final player down for them. S-Eagles squad, though, up to 6 limbs, and they have to break further west still. They seem to be rolling straight on through anything without too much resistance.
Yeah, it's slightly sloppy on the approach towards that player on the outside, but again, I don't mind it too much. It was a fairly decent take on the compound, good nades, and then very well placed through the other side to back off both angles. You had two players there, so great teamwork so far from the Eagles. I think that's the main takeaway for me at the moment. Your big baby down towards the southwest. They will lose a player, though. That is rough news for them. Down to 2 players, and they had such an excellent position to play in, so that scout wasn't necessary at all. Stranger do need to make their way across towards that eastern side now, though, and that means moving through the field, John, which isn't easy for them. So bellies down as much as possible. Snakes in the logo, snakes in the grass for them too.
Dagestan biding their time. already. S-Eagle squad have caught up to 8-8 Academy's position on just those limbs that they've been able to accrue. 10 teams are there, a strafe out from Wandu. That puts 10 teams away. We are now into single-digit teams with 8 teams remaining as they start to fall like flies. A spray down for one for all as King hits them with the spray. Nade down as well. Looking good. A lot of damage, but not quite finding the flush. There it is, though. The rest of the team move on through. Nice smash. Blue TM DX out of the way from this northeast side.
Yeah, I think when you look at the guys from One For All, again, they made a really astute rotation in the early game. They knew exactly where they want to go to isolate a lot of the fighting for themselves. Again, they take the singular location on the northern side, leave everything else to the stragglers that come through on the south. And now they have a lot of control. And 4 players. Likely they've got quite a lot of loot still left to work with. So this has been a pretty damn good game for One For All so far. Fairly happy with how they've played. Black's on the squad as well, and he's always been a very, very strong player within EMEA. So it's good to see him again. I think he usually plays over on Kanina Power, if I'm not mistaken, but moves across over towards One For All.
It's going well for them right now. See if they can keep things up. They started off a little bit quiet there, but they have really ramped up the pace on the north side of this quarry, now up to 7 eliminations. 17, 15 GR. They are kings of the lock-in, but are they going to be able to escape now? Because the nades still stopping them from getting out of this quarry. This was their big challenge, right? As soon as they took that low ground rotation, getting out of it was always going to be their major challenge. And with 7 teams remaining, it's likely that they don't see too much value for this position that they've been able to survive in for too long.
I think the main takeaway for me for 17-15 is they took a really proactive approach, and I like their rotation they made. They knew that a lot of the teams on that south side would get cut out, and they did. So for them, they have lived longer because of this approach, and they knew they could make it with the timing they had from that eastern edge. So it's not the end of the world for 17-15. I think this just shows some kind of brain within this squad, which is nice to see. Dagestan, though, they take a hefty knock there from Rolex, who I think must be now up to 1,000 damage total.
Rolex, another nade, has the team bombarding away as well. A lot of nades being used in these mid-stage circles, right? A little bit before we would normally expect to see them. They're having quite an impact, but it's going to open up these late circles. Something fierce, right? Those teams aren't going to be able to clear terrain as they would like by putting this ordnance down range so early on. There's a lot of Molotovs being used. You can see Eslam now very, very much just on those smokes at this stage as Dagestan fall to the heat that S-Eagle's squad are bringing.
Yeah, seem to know exactly where he was as well. It's an odd one, but
talented.
Again, very talented. Must have just used the audio cue. I can imagine that's the only reason. Stranger, they made their way through the field. This was a difficult push for Stranger. Again, they have 3 players, but it's only 2 there for Big Baby. And that nade could be the end for them.
I think that is my favourite team name as it goes in this qualifier, Big Baby. It's you know, just owning up to it, really. They're like, you know what? We might cry. We might have a bit of a wobble. Maybe we are going to throw our food out the high chair.
That is such an unfortunate grenade. The first one that came through from Stranger bounced off a little edge there and then through the front door. Didn't do any damage. Likely to fall, I think. 8-8 did make himself into that top 7. Such a crazy shuffle he made over towards that western side early. One For All still dealing with 17-15. They are down a player. 17-15 still has 3. I'd imagine the Eagles might take some kind of shots over towards them soon.
Flavius getting rezzed on up for One For All, so they can stay together. Keep things together on the back line. Smarty, still so much pressure over towards 17-15, but only 1 smoke. A nice spray down to Rolex, but doesn't quite connect for the full flush. And again, this lack of nades now is what's keeping 17-15 GR alive underneath One For All and S-Eagle's squad. This bridge, their shelter from the bullets, nades going either side of it would be the end of it. But they are surviving for a little longer. And 8-8 Academy, still with Tokyo surviving.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for him not. like I said, that rotation he made was very silent. I think as soon as you see that circle head over towards the western side, you know so many teams are going to get trapped in quarry. They'll all have to fight their way out from that position. So he's just a case of, I'm just not going to make any noise whatsoever. There's no need to. One for all, battling off versus the Eagles here. Now, this is the big fight inside the lobby because One for All's had a pretty extraordinary game so far. Now they've got to face off against this team who's been barreling their way through on that eastern side for some time now.
Flavius peak in the ridgeline. Smarty goes down. That was their back off angle, but there is a player close by to look to get that res quickly, which they'll need to do with the circle crunching in. They need to hold for 17-15 GR, but they're striking while the iron's hot. S-Eagles squad have got this off angle and may slow things down, but they've managed to get closer, one step further forwards towards the lip of this quarry. If they can get over it and escape, it would be a miracle. But Phantom goes down first. I don't think this is going to change because Tornado, hunkering down behind this rock, has two players from S-Eagles squad to deal with, and the rest of One for All besides.
I get a fourth place from this play is really damn good, honestly. 6 elims now for Rolex. Devil does fall in the backlines there, and eventually the circle's going to push them all in, so they need to get that res off as quickly as possible. Up comes Banner. Tornado in a very tough spot now. Tokyo will get himself a third place off the back of this, which is insane to me for a
How on earth have they managed to achieve that? Tokyo biding his time, potential to extract more value here. Right underneath, though, and I don't think it's going to go his way. It's only a matter of time. Goes spraying for one, looks for two. No, it's finally the end of 8-8 Academy's approach here. The S-Eagle squad have more to go. There is a spray down and a nice answer from King. Smarty, now the last to stand, a low amount of HP as S-Eagle squad. They continue it. They keep it going how they started. And that is a real strong statement. Take down Team Spirit, win the first match. It is S-Eagle squad to be able to take chicken dinner.
Easy game for them. Very, very well played. Honestly, a really confident game coming through from the Eagles, which is lovely to see. And again, I think if you're checking out the Eagles in that match, Rolex just had such a massive impact throughout that entire game. Again, the big teams that I need to focus on there are definitely 17-15 from, they were playing on the back foot that entire match, still managed to get themselves a fourth place. Should have been a third, not for 8-8 Tokyo. And One for All, who made a very, very strong and smart decision to push over towards that north side of quarry. Eagles just kind of win it off the back of brute force, though.
I mean, if it works, it works, right? They swung through, they cleared that south side. Teams let them close, and it did not pan out. 14 eliminations, 24 points added to their tally. That will see them clear into first place, but I liked One for All a little bit more slow and measured on that northern side. Not too many teams allowed to move past them, which is really what panned out well for them, able to get that second place finish.
Yeah, really, really nicely done from a lot of these squads. 8-8 Academy gets so many points off the back of that. 9, which is silly. Again, the other big one is Team Spirit going out in 13th. I think they actually went out first, but they're able to pick themselves up 2 total points from the initial eliminations. Again, a bit of an odd hold that they held over towards the woodlands. I think one of the players just gets caught off there by S-Eagles, and then it's just a case of all hands on deck, but the boat is already sinking.
It felt like they just couldn't withstand the backfill pressure and speed that S-Eagle squad were going for. It felt like they didn't expect it. It felt like they were just an iceberg in dark waters there to them. And I expect better from Team Spirit, as I have continuously been expecting better of them for the last, it feels like 7 to 8 months now. I want them to pick up their feet, but they still have a little bit more time to do so with 23 matches left to play. Throughout that all, though, I think it was definitely S-Eagle squad putting on a workshop, and I think it really exacerbated the problem that we were talking about during the game, where teams are holding so close to one another. They're not extending their influence, and S-Eagle squad were able to just go fight to fight to fight, not really being bothered by too much else.
Yeah, and I think that was the difficulty for a lot of squads, is that they were swooping in towards the end quite literally, which is great to see. It's great to see from the S-Eagles, but we're going to head to a quick break ourselves and swoop on out of here, but we'll catch you in just a sec.
We were pretty. I liked it. It was chilled out. Nobody really went for that rest rotation, so not too much challenge from the low ground.
Yeah, I think for One For All, they probably had the smartest play out of the entirety of the lobby with how they managed to play that game out and just general map knowledge as well. So I think for this moment in time, One For All definitely caught my eye. S-Eagles just seem to, like I said before, barrel through the competition from that eastern edge. Not many teams are able to spot them or deal with them. So we'll see how they continue to play throughout the rest of the day here in the qualifiers. Again, they will need to play their hearts out, as will every other team, to make sure they are in that top two to ensure they head through to the PMSL EMEA fall split. So again, you got to keep up these numbers.
Yeah, absolutely need to keep up the pace because it's 24 matches. It's a pretty decent length of set, which in general we tend to see the best players rise to the top over that number of matches, which is really obviously what you want to achieve with the qualifier. That's exactly what we're looking to do here. And we're looking to do it over on Miramar. From the west side in the middle down towards the southeast side on Puerto Paraíso, we're getting stuck straight on in. From Monte Nuevo, we'll see if there's any hot drops going on this time around. Looks like quite a few teams potentially dropping to La Pozzo there.
No, not again. This is the classic behavior. So one location on the map where everyone wants to go. And to be fair, El Pozzo is a very fantastic position to be playing in, but you need to be a very strong team to command the respect to play in that position. It's a lot of area. Two teams can technically hold in it as well. Unfortunately, it's not likely to provide you the best of rotational spots. Luckily, I think it is just Star heading over towards this position. I think a couple of our teams are heading slightly further. That includes One For All. Team Spirit down towards our south side, who certainly need to up their performance from that last game. Bit of a shoddy one. I think that initially the rotation was good. They seemed pretty dominant in the early game, but they came to a pretty heavy standstill over towards that western side. Another very heavy shift down towards the southeast, more water included. This seems to be a bit of a beach day for a lot of teams.
Yeah, they've get their swimmies on, get their sun cream out. Don't want to catch a burn. It's pretty nasty stuff out there. Make sure you stay safe, drinking plenty of water, stay hydrated. But no super hot drops just yet, although a few teams yet to touch ground. We'll have to wait and see if anything more is going to pop off, because Big Babies... Oh, no, wait, hang on a minute. That's Far Voice Gaming. Pretty close by to danger. Looks like maybe they're completely unaware of it as well, because Brother in Arms are right there. A lot of their players very close by. Okay, yeah, the vehicles are driving past. He's going to know there's players nearby now. Question is, does he catch someone off guard? He's farming for a weapon. Has got a Mini 14, but instead, Brothers in Arms, they're dipping. They're off. They're on their jollies.
Yeah, tough position to play. I think if you ever take a fight in concrete, there's really no escape from that position. It's so easy to pincer in those compounds. Yeah, they're really 14, but if you don't have a sight on it, there's really no point to take shots. So I think for him, he escapes with his life. Impact realistically alongside the Brothers in Arms. Here is the Eagles on our screen. Head down towards Old Los Leones. They're playing northeast side. You know, One For All, who played Impala, still making their way across there. It was a bit of a long drop for them, but they'll be happy that their position is starting in Impala because they get a very, very good head start on the game in terms of where the circle did pop.
Dagestan, they're playing right now on the south side of Los Leones. Will push out past Kanina Power, most likely, but they've got the S-Eagles squad on their north edge. Need to make sure you stay behind cover against those guys. They are ready to take your head off.
See Dagestan here down towards that southern edge of Los Leones. Eagles are all very clumped up towards that northeast side. They have a really good opportunity to take control of the high ground that sits over towards the east, but I think typically you sort of want to wait until that circle comes through on zone 2. Difficulty for Dagestan right now is that a lot of teams are going to be on their way very shortly over towards Los Leones. Going to be trying to take residence up in that location soon. And I think that S-Eagles have set themselves up for a good game in terms of not centering too far in the middle of Los Leones. You play on the outside, give yourself an escape route, but also give you the opportunity to scout teams as they come in. And I think that's the one big thing a lot of people don't think to do, is that playing on the outside of cities is great. Because like we say a lot in PUBG Mobile, it gives you that opportunity to escape, to get in your vehicles and leave. But more than anything, it also gives you opportunity to get the sound cues from vehicles coming, from shots off in the distance, and from just seeing players, which is probably the thing that most of you in your game will be doing from a spot like that. So yeah, very, very important for SE Eagles. And with the rotational paths that will come through from Minas Generalis, yeah, this is a nice spot to be in.
It'll be interesting to see how the dynamic from that last game kind of transfers over as well, with what we saw a lot of teams playing very, very close-knit as a team. So, I mean, you can see even here, right, Far Voice on their rotation, they're within 100 meters of each other, which in general reduces your overall control, reduces your overall information gathering, and allows more teams to be playing close by to one another. And on Miramar, I feel like this is going to be really interesting to see how that actually impacts the flow of gameplay, because normally what you'll see teams do on Miramar is establish a fairly wide split. I mean, over 200 meters, say, especially in these early circles, to be able to get as much information on board as possible, to be able to give themselves as much opportunity for that escape that you are highlighting. As well. So teams will need to try and keep that in mind as they move into this desert match.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's less of a concern here, though, with this circles. I think for most teams, they have a general good idea of where squads are going to be, which is within Los Leones, over towards our eastern side, playing around the coastal area on Puerto Paraíso, as well as Impala. South side of Labandita is actually really rough to play in, so a lot of this is going to be controlling the teams coming in from that northwest edge, and teams don't want to get picked off early, because, like you say, this is the map where you really do need all four of those corners, all four of the pillars on your team to stay alive. So you have that strong foundation to play into the late game. If you don't have them in a circle like this, your life's going to get difficult. Your life's going to get really, really tough.
Not nice. Not nice at all. Team Spirit, they're making their way around the south edges of Los Leones. They're playing the high ground. You see, they gather that information from the high ground. They're scouting out, looking for vehicles, looking for any players sneaking about as they slalom down the hill. In Effect's vehicle there. Having a tough time with the bumps, but it is Miramar. You expect that to go on through. They'll make their way closer to the hills to the southwest of Impala. Canina Power, they are very, very central on this circle, close by. They've got some neighbours in the form of strangers. They will not want them to come a calling.
Yeah, I think they just shot them off for the time being, trying to keep them at bay. Again, there's very little awesome positions to be playing in over towards this eastern side. A lot of times you'll even see teams play over towards the warehouses that are sat underneath one for all in Impala, which is right on the low ground, specifically just because it's out of the way, it's out of the action. And you can just, it's a very boring play style to just sit, and I probably wouldn't do it in my games at home, but you can just sit down there and just live the majority of the game out and then slowly crawl up the hill for the end game. So you might see some teams take that approach later on. But for the time being, teams are just clumping up in whatever compounds that they can get themselves a hold of at the moment. Surprisingly enough, not a lot of teams banking over towards Los Leones, actually trying to get further over towards that high ground that sits on the eastern side and playing around Puerto Paraíso.
I think it's probably fairly wise getting involved in Los Leones this early. I mean, it's the 17-15 strat, right? Getting into the middle, you get locked in. See if they do opt to go for it, because actually 17-15 GR on that north edge, still yet to make their way into the zone. The next circle will be popping fairly soon. The second zone on Miramar can be fairly nasty, but that central clump is really tightly packed.
Yeah, very much so. And this is what happens when you push so far over towards that eastern side. I get why they do that in terms of you trying to play for the high ground there. You want to set yourselves up for the best success. But with a shift like this, heads up towards Labandita, dear me, this is where I can imagine from watching that last game, Getso is not going to take advantage of this. There is a nice little compound sat in the middle of Labandita here that they could probably pick up and just shoot people off from all the angles. Depends how well they're looted up here, but realistically, right now they should be moving up to that. They're placing themselves literally in the compactor right now on that northern side. So many teams are going to be moving north from that south side, and Getso is the lone knight that's going to be holding them back. Very, very curious to see.
I'm also looking at One For All on the east side. They've yet to actually leave from Impala fully, but they're going to need to. The speed at which they're doing so, I mean, it's the lack thereof, I think, is probably more apt to say. The lack of speed there has allowed a lot of other teams to push forwards. Getso are making a break for dead center. So Akanina Power, Far Voice, we're right on the south side on board with Far Voice right there. They've yet to get into this next zone. Brothers in Arms, they're pushing in on this northwestern side. Currently, they've got a 2-2 split with the rest of the players looking to try and move on in. But you can see that's under duress from the eastern side as Blue Tie MDX on the east of them will try and slow this approach. But with that backstop, they're probably going to be pretty happy with it. They have actually got 3 players actually for Brothers in Arms on the northwestern side.
Getsu's brain engages and they do take that central compound in Lavendita, so happy to see that. I was worried that they were going to give up a golden opportunity there. They firmly grasp the ticket.
I was just living up to Silence's name there, leaving a little bit of quiet, but he wants a little bit more quiet than this right now because Blue Tam want to chase this down. UMP around the corner, sprays one, but traded out. A little slowdown for Blue Tam DX to get this res, but not too much pressure on them. They've allowed Brothers in Arms remaining duo to get away, but they've taken a player out. They've given their forward path a little bit more chance to get around the edge of the Lavendita crater.
The Lavendita crater is going to be a big landmark here going forward, John. It's a bit of a difficult one, especially over towards that western side. Brothers in Arms are currently holding off teams. Star is also fighting with Asia Mix on that northern edge. Here's Stranger, currently going up against One For All, who are finally making their move. Flavius is down, though. Tough start for them.
Smarty, spray onto the rotate. It's looking flash and fresh in the vehicle, but has to hop out and start doing some damage. You want to get that flush over towards Flavius. King moving into back Smarty up. Around the edge, though, Monkey has a chance to get over the wall. It doesn't quite manage to get away from Smarty on the cross spray. The ping out comes through, tries to vault over, but not into cover in time. Black up to the window. DBS shots on through, but takes lick of damage in response. Flavius still bleeding out. Smarty has been down in the meantime. In comes King, trying to back up his teammate, but there's a lot more damage pouring out, and the Strangers are holding strong on the east side.
Yeah, very difficult fight now for King. Couldn't get Flavius up in time, and I think it's just a mismanage in terms of the communications there. Good shots from King. Needs to clean up now, but cannot do it as Tree will be able to finish that fight off for them. Yeah, miscommunication there, I think, in terms of going for the res and the player pushing up to the window and Black just gets taken down. I think that they had enough pressure there. They could have backed off, potentially got 2 of their players up, and Stranger really wouldn't have had much opportunity to fight back there. But yeah, that is just, in the moment, it's tough. You're under a lot of pressure here in the qualifiers to get stuff done. So I can understand it. I can absolutely understand it. But that fight does go the way of Stranger, who capitalized off the back of that mismanagement.
Asia Mix now onto Shockwave. This is on the northeast side. It's a little bit isolated. Potential for 8-8 Academy to third party if they want to flex out back to the east to control all of this north road side. I wouldn't actually put it past them to try and pull that one off, but shots, nades starting to ring on out, and a lovely nade over onto Shifu. There's finally some off-angle lighting up coming on through. I think they haven't really flexed all the way out, but Mina will slow down just a little bit. Shifu not yet rezzed, but they're looking to do so in the meantime. A second player falls. Iron Owls able to find one. Far Voice staying alive, nice and effective in the fight, but they've lost one and they're playing as 3.
It's still a difficult fight for them to take. I think Dagestan puts the hurt back on towards Far Voice a little bit more than they expected. I think this has been pretty successful so far for Far Voice. This is a question of dismantling the players that are currently in Longhouse now. That is the difficulty, because they are close by and they do need to move through them. utility will be very important. But we're out to this very empty fielded area. Getso should have a very good read on this game.
They've got a lot of open ground around them, very difficult to approach. And with teams using a lot of ordnance, not really carrying as many nades as we're used to seeing at the international level. Potential for things to get quite interesting here. If they can't really get assaulted on, you try and crash onto that compound, you can't nade out through the windows. There's not much you can do. 8-8 Academy spot at a premium right now. You can see that central area, and I think, yeah, they kind of realize that that's too much pressure for one player to hold. You have to fall back and play as a 4 on this north edge. There's still 2 teams out to that east side, a team still out to your north, and with the ridges on that roadside, they're playable, but the angles that you can get approached from are numerous and very, very deadly.
It's a difficult one to deal with, and I think that most teams are having a difficult time just purely because they are stuck on the outer edges. They don't want to play too far forward over towards those open areas, and by the time you even get close towards that roadside, you're likely having to expend a lot of utility just to get there. So teams have been diligent in their